All right. Moment of truth. Here we go. Guys, welcome back to another Ryan Hall Y'all stream. Today, we are doing things a little bit different. Things look a little bit different here because, well, everything's all messed up. Everything is all messed up. My main computer that I normally stream from exploded. All right. And I've been working on it for the past 30 hours. I've only slept for 3 hours out of those. I've literally been working on the computer for that entire time, and I've only made it worse somehow. So I'm in my kitchen. I've got 2 screens. I've got Andy, and we're going to do this. All right. Andy, what's up? Can you fill me in just a little bit on what's going on out there? Because I've just been up to my eyeballs in trying to get this set up.
Yeah, I know. I've been listening to you, Ryan. Okay, so hopefully this sounds good to stream. We don't know this part yet, so let me know in the chat if it sounds good. What we've been dealing with so far is a mess. We've been up to 6 active tornado warnings at the same time in mostly Kansas, but also some areas of Texas to the east of Amarillo. And so 6 warnings, that's not insignificant at all. And this is only the beginning. So a lot of impatient, people have been waiting for this to start up. But I will say now that we will be live for 6 hours, even on this scuffed setup, should it continue to work. So that's really what's happening. We're about to get into, you see those considerable and destructive severes moving through. We're about to get into the thick of it, so to speak, as these storms pass into Oklahoma and go through central Kansas as well. That's where the apex of our tornado risk exists in southwest Oklahoma, around the Altus area to Lawton, thereabouts. But then our moderate wind risk of level 4 out of 5 will extend basically east through the entire state of Oklahoma and also into extreme southeast Kansas through the night. So we've got a lot to go. With heavy dynamical systems like this, you can get those spin-up tornadoes all along the line wherever things push out in front and cause spin-ups on either side of it. So we're going to be here a while.
Awesome. Thank you, Andy. And once again, guys, I know we've got a bunch of people just now pouring in. We do have a moderate risk of severe weather today. I know all y'all know this. Like, you guys probably are more up to date on what's going on than me right now because of I've been running around like my head's been cut off for the past 30 hours. But the gist of what's happening here is we are on the cusp of a major severe weather outbreak. This line of storms here that is, really starting to ramp up right now. It's already produced multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, considerable and destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, and then also some tornado warnings and some confirmed tornado warnings, and it's not even made it into the red zone yet. You see the red zone here? That's our moderate risk, our 4 out of 5, and once these storms make it into that zone, which they're working into right now, we're going to have an ample amount of just a really crazy storm fuel. Okay, we're going to see a widespread damaging of wind event here all the way through Oklahoma City and Tulsa, and we're more than likely going to see several spin-up tornadoes in this line as they move off to the east. In fact, we might see a couple of those be intense as this just the dynamics behind this storm system are incredible. We've got winds at hurricane force even outside of thunderstorms here behind and along the cold front. So I don't care who you are, what town you're in or anything. If you are in the yellow, the orange, or the red here this evening, you're going to feel this storm. You are absolutely going to feel this storm. And I want to make sure that you guys are prepared for it, okay? So Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Wichita even, Altus, once again, Elk City, all the way down there to Wichita Falls. This is coming for you. and we don't want you to be scared. We want you to be prepared. Once again, this is honestly, I think we're doing good. I'm actually proud of the setup that we were able to get together here. I'm sitting in my kitchen. Okay, I'm literally sitting on almost the floor. You see the fridge behind me, and I just piled up a bunch of computers in front of me to try to make this work really fast so that we could MacGyver our weather coverage today. I didn't want to, we don't have our normal setup. I could have said, hey, listen, we're just not going to do it today. But I don't, if it's just me and I'm like literally pointing at an iPad behind me, we'll show up here and try to keep you completely up to date on what's going on. So let's dive in and take a look at a couple of these storms, and then we'll keep looking at the broad scale of stuff. First of all, strong damaging winds getting ready to come through White Flat, Northfield, and Esteline in Texas, all the way up there into Memphis. And then this storm up here that has the tornado warning on it near Twitty. That is, what in the world was that? Okay, we're going to hear weird noises and things are going to happen. But listen, I'm sorry. Oh, no, that can't be there. Well, hold on. Wait. Wait. We do not want that. And, of course, I have no idea how to stop it. Anyways, this storm right here is going to definitely cause some big-time problems as it moves off to the northeast. This is going right towards Sweetwater and Mayfield in Oklahoma, okay? You see this big area of rotation right here? That is more than likely either a tornado or a tornado in development as it heads right towards Twitty. Okay, and then that's also, once again, going to go towards Mayfield and Sweetwater in Oklahoma. This is a developing tornado. Make sure you take shelter now. And then, there's just so many different areas of, interest here all the way up and down this line. But in a space between Shamrock, Texas, all the way up there to near Dodge City, Kansas, for example, we're really seeing these storms try to stay more isolated away from each other, a little bit more discreet. Now, there's less like forcing up here. There's less like really impressive like storm structure and stuff like that. But these storms up here have been trying to produce tornadoes, and there's plenty of spin in the atmosphere for these storms as they move towards Great Bend, Larned, and once again, Wichita, Kansas later today. So we're going to watch all of these very closely. Right now, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning capable of producing 70-mile-per-hour winds, getting ready to go into La Crosse in Kansas, and then down here near Greensburg and Kinsley, Kansas, same thing, 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds getting ready to come through within the next 10 to 15 minutes. Once this hits you, it's going to hit hard. You're going to see widespread wind damage. And then, thankfully, it'll be over pretty quickly after that. But you don't want to be out in the open. You don't want to be outside. You don't want to be in your living room when this thing hits, because we're also getting some reports of some hail with some of these storms. And you don't want softballs coming through your windows at 70 miles an hour or whatever. Even if it's golf balls or whatever size it is, that's never good. So... also, we do have storm chasers helping us out today. We don't have the full suite like usual, but we've got a lot of different people that are helping us out in the field. Right there above Andy, you can see a live view of some really strong storms up there near, let's see here, Rolls, Texas, and that's Eric Toll. Eric Toll from Live Storms Media is sending in this picture, and you can see that very strong, look at all the lightning and all the wind coming out from underneath that storm, blowing up the dust. That's coming up towards Rolls, Texas. Once again, we've got several other chasers that are sending us feeds, but because of what happened today, I'm only able to show you one at a time, but that's okay. If anything important pops up, we will be alerted, and we will draw our attention to that. If you guys don't care, please make sure you slap a like on this live stream. And make sure you share this with anybody who lives in the affected area. It'll help us out a lot, and it'll potentially help them out a lot. It's a win-win for everybody. The more, the merrier. We know this works. We've been doing this for a while, and the number one way that we can reach people is simply by having you guys help us share. Share, share, share everywhere. For example, help me share this. We've got almost 700,000 people under a tornado watch out here in portions of Texas and Oklahoma and Kansas. A few tornadoes likely. Widespread wind gusts up to 100 miles per hour likely. Look at that. How often do you see that on a tornado watch? Not very often. So this is very important that we share this. I'm going to retweet it right now from @NWS Tornado. And the more people we get sharing this, the better, because once again, stuff like this and stuff like my live stream and different stuff like that, that's what actually gets people interested in my opinion, and gets them to take the next step to potentially pay attention to the weather in a situation like this where they might need to take shelter pretty quickly. So that's that. There's your moderate risk. I want to show you some of the parameters behind the moderate risk before we dive into those storms once again. So 2.8 million people in the moderate, 2.6 million people in the enhanced. What is driving the moderate risk today, you say? How about a 45% hatched risk area for damaging winds? I mean, we're going to see a lot of the videos and pictures that will come out of this, especially once this gets closer to populated areas, will resemble hurricane footage today, as this very strong cyclonic system is going to just blow through the state of Oklahoma. And once again, Altus, Elk City, Norman, Oklahoma City, Tulsa, all the way up to Bartlesville are all in the direct path of what's definitely going to cause significant widespread damage. There's no question about it anymore. The storms have popped. We've seen how intense they're going to be. Now they're just going to get more organized, and that wind field is just going to get stronger and stronger as it keeps going. There's no escaping it at this point. If you live 2, 3, 4 hours downstream from this line of storms, you've got a really good heads up right now to get out in front of this thing. Okay, protect your property. Do whatever you can. Trees will fall, power lines will come down, and all that stuff. So make sure you're doing whatever you can do to get prepared for this as it comes through. Andy, go ahead.
Nice to see the lights still working, Ryan. Love that. Something I wanted to say, now that we've been progressing through this event, of course, I've been watching it since it began. We had initiation about 4 hours ago in New Mexico, and these storms have already made it to the Texas-Oklahoma border. What happened earlier with a bunch of tornado warnings in Kansas as it rolled through the Dodge City area is that section of the line of storms was backed, what we call it. So it's more looking like this rather than forward tilted to, like a southeast orientation like that. So wherever it's backed like that, the inflow of winds is more conducive to spinning up tornadoes. And now we see that a new tornado warning coming out for areas near Beckham County and Roger Mills County in western Oklahoma. Now that area of the line is starting to look more backed instead of forward tilted like it was earlier. So now you see, if Ryan literally looks at that part of the line, it is, kind of turning back into Texas toward the Lubbock area, but right where the tornado warnings are, it is now straightened out. Those winds are feeding into it very efficiently. And that's why we are seeing this sort of a supercell right in front of the cold front there. And also the line of storms itself is very strong and rotating in several areas. But not only are we worrying about this as it progresses into our primary risk area today and into this evening, we're also worried about the areas behind the front. There has to be cold air moving really fast to push this thing forward so quickly. Sometimes this line of storms is moving at 80 miles an hour. It's faster than you can drive on the interstate in some places. So it's outpacing everything. What's driving that? Well, how about 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts and full-on dust storms in Lubbock, and probably up near Amarillo as well as we speak. So there's non-thunderstorm wind gusts, just pure dynamics hitting the surface and driving this cold front forward. So reduced visibility is another problem behind the cold front once the storms has passed through in dusty areas like Lubbock, Texas. So lots going on with this event at the same time.
Well, absolutely. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Guys, he's going to be here for pretty much the duration of the event with us, chiming in. Andy's got the same set up as always, so he's able to keep track of things that like he always does. I'm the only difference here today is that I'm using a different microphone and I'm using a different computer, and I've just got a little bit less of the stuff. Okay, our communication with storm chasers isn't going to be as frequent today, but we've got the most important thing. We've got you guys. And we've got the radar here, and then of course we've got radar Omega. Well, what else do you need? We're looking at this line of storms that's getting ready to come. It's basically straddling the border between Oklahoma and Texas now. Some of the stronger storms, at least as far as severe weather goes, are down here around Memphis, Texas. Those are the ones that are going to move up towards Magnum, Hobart, and Altus, Cache, Frederick, and all these places in southwestern Oklahoma. And I'm really concerned about this area as far as seeing maybe 80, 90 to 100 mile per hour plus wind gusts within the next couple of hours. These northern storms, just like Andy was just talking about, this is actually where we're seeing a heightened risk for tornadoes right now, and that's why you see all the purple polygons here. If you're in Cheyenne or Strong City, Oklahoma, or Radon, Oklahoma, all the way up to Crawford or Roll, you are under a tornado warning. So make sure you get to shelter right now. Once again, our storm chaser up there. Where is he again? Rolla, Texas. So, man, it has this storm has really made it dark there where he is. I gotta find out exactly where that is. Okay. Our overlay disappeared for a second. Where is Rolla? I want to show you the vantage point from Mr. Eric Toll here. Okay, so here's Rolla. Okay, so this is the storm that he's looking at. So really the most interesting one, or the beefiest one, I guess we can say, that's getting ready to move into Dodson and Wellington. That's the live view that we see above Andy's head there, where just constant lightning, and literally it's not it wasn't that dark not too long ago. Like, this has definitely decreased the the amount of brightness we're getting through here as this major storm works in. And look at how fast it's going too. You can see it rapidly approaching him there as that shelf cloud is kind of eerily coming in towards him there near Rolla, Texas. Now, this storm is going to eventually go through Dodson, Hollis, and Magnum in Oklahoma. And I think we're going to get a live view of it right here in all of its fury as what it's going to do. But as it gets closer to those areas, it's going to get stronger. This thing is building up a huge updraft right now. It's dumping a bunch of cool air behind it. It's just going to kind of make it go faster. We're probably going to see big parts of this line bow out and see even more damaging winds happen as this mature storm starts to kind of fall down on itself and create all of these downdrafts as it moves farther to the east. So get ready for that. Once again, currently have 3 tornado warnings. The most interesting supercell, the one that we were looking at earlier with the big mesocyclone on it, still is rotating like a top here near Sweetwater. Okay, can't confirm to you whether or not there is a tornado down right now, I think, but there definitely is something. There's something going on here, and we've got to be ready for whatever it is over there in Sweetwater, Grimes, Dempsey, Cheyenne, Strong City, Herring, and Hammond in Oklahoma. How many people do we have watching today in Oklahoma? Do we have a lot of people today from around Oklahoma City or any other place like that? Let me move Andy a little bit here. Hold on. Oh, no. That's going to have to work. Sweet. Okay, hold on. Do we have anybody watching from around Oklahoma City in that area? Okay, thank goodness that we've got a lot of people, and we have some people in Kansas as well, right? Let's see here. Great. All right. I just want to make sure we're getting our reach out there. Once again, guys, literally, I'm sitting in my kitchen floor. All I have is Andy and a monitor. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if anybody's watching or not. I do have a brief area here where I can see the chat, and I see a lot of people are in Oklahoma watching. That's all that matters to me. See here. All right. Andy, if you want to just give me a couple words here for just a second, I've got a very quick fix for your box up there. I've just got to focus on it.
All right, you need me to talk so my box shows up, Ryan?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Well, I'll do my best here. Something pretty impressive to me throughout all these storms is the high returns that we're seeing on radar. You know, this may not always just be hail that's showing up. It probably is hail, though. A lot of these destructive and considerable severe thunderstorm warnings are warned for having quarter, even golf ball size hail, and that's being driven by 70, 80-mile-an-hour winds. That's why those thunderstorm warnings are given such clear adjectives to, make sure you go inside. But what's impressive to me is not all of these radar returns may be hail. In fact, it may be rain that's so intense that it actually shows up and looks like the same radar returns we see typically with hail. So we could have microbursts in anywhere in these lines. We could have larger scale downbursts, which are like microbursts, but not as localized and not as intense. So there's several scales to that. But I think I've already seen an example of a microburst from these storms on Twitter. So I would not doubt that whatsoever. And that is definitely going to be something pretty major that drives our wind risk today. It's going to be accompanied or influenced by all the rain that's falling down in sheets. And when you have a bunch of rain falling down in sheets, that is a lot of mass, and that mass weighs something. And altogether, that is going to cause it to hit the ground like like a steel tank instead of a feather, so to speak.
Right.
So that's kind of why we have this moderate risk today from the Storm Prediction Center. It's for wind in particular across Oklahoma because the environment will be conducive
A new
for
tornado
that
warning
exact
has
thing
been
happening.
issued.
Sheets of rain driving down pockets of air and it's slamming the ground and spreading out really quickly. So that's going to be the theme throughout much of the night as it goes through Oklahoma City, even as it reaches Tulsa, as it goes through Wichita, Kansas. Like all of these areas are going to see the direct results of that. So if you want to know about the science behind why that's happening, there you go.
All right. Thank you. Once again, meteorologist Andy Hill, always with the super valuable information there. And guys, the storm that we've been watching here, that Eric is showing us in that live feed above Andy's head, is officially a tornado warned. And I mean, there's all kinds of crazy things happening in this storm. We definitely have a very intense area of very strong damaging winds. This might be some of our first 80, 90, 100 mile an hour wind gusts getting ready to come through Wellington through McKnight. Okay. You got to take shelter now. And then of course there's several little areas of rotation that are starting to show up as well. And if we just look at the overall structure of the line, you can see something that looks kind of like maybe an embedded supercell in there. So we've got to watch that. You see this little tail down here? You see that dangly bit? If it curls up here, it is going to be oriented in such a way that all of these inbound winds are going to produce at least a brief tornado, and it's going to be potentially strong whenever it comes through. So Wellington, Dodson, all the way up there to Vinson, make sure you are taking shelter now. We still have a big rotating storm up here near Sweetwater. I don't think that it's currently putting down a tornado, but we got to take shelter anyways, all the way up there through Raiden, Cheyenne, Strong City, and Morewood. Okay. And then guys, once again, we're at the beginning here. I am sorry. I was late today, but as this gets into the next, 100 miles or so, we're really going to see what this thing's all about as this powerful storm system starts ejecting off to the east. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, west of or around Memphis, Texas, which is northwest of Childress and southwest of Wellington, where that southern tornado warning just was issued.
Yeah.
There was a
Wow.
114 mile per hour wind gust reported there.
Wow.
So, if you need like extreme immediate verification of what I just talked about, that was probably a microburst. So, yeah, that's going to keep happening throughout tonight. So we're going to track that. And if you happen to be the unlucky person watching this, or you know somebody who is the unlucky person under a wind gust like that watching this, we are going to tell you about it. So that's going to be the theme for tonight.
Yeah, guys, we have a confirmed report here, measured by a Mesonet site, 114 mile per hour wind gust. Guys, that's unfathomable. Like if that's happening in a pretty, let's say it happens again in a pretty large area underneath this supercell or anywhere in this line over here near Wellington or Dodson or Hollis, I mean that's going to produce more damage than most tornadoes. Okay, so keep that in mind. Everybody in front of this line, if you are in front of this line from Cheyenne to Elk City, Willow, Magnum, all the way down to Tipton, and then of course, like I know we got a lot of people that are back here closer to these more populated areas. You guys are going to get this too. I don't know exactly what how it's going to look when it gets there, but something similar will happen. But in the near future, we need everybody in the direct path of this Boeing segment of this line to know that this is an extremely dangerous situation. This is not like a tornado where you just take shelter in a specific county or in a specific area. We need this whole part of the state to brace for impact for hurricane force winds and possibly even higher than 115 to 120 mile an hour winds, which will cause incredible damage, as we all know. So we did just get a new giant polygon there, and I believe, wow, yeah, that is a... Is that a destructive? Yeah. A destructive severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Roger Mills County in western Oklahoma, Jackson County in southwestern Oklahoma, Harmon County in southwestern Oklahoma, Greer, Beckham, and those counties in Oklahoma, and then Hardeman County in northern Texas until 7:45 p.m. Central. This warning is for 90 mile per hour winds and golf ball size hail. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be heavily damaged or destroyed. Homes and businesses will have substantial roof, window, and these types of damages. Expect extensive tree damage and power outages as well. Guys, this is the real deal. If you've ever tuned in to a weather guy before and you think that he's talking to you, trying to get you to take cover or take shelter or something like that, and maybe you didn't and it worked out or whatever, let's try something different this time, okay? We want to make sure everybody along I-40 between Shamrock and Elk City in Oklahoma is taking this seriously, and then down towards Magnum and Altus and even in like Childress and Kona in Texas. This whole area here is like, I don't want to be dramatic, okay? I don't want to be dramatic, but if we're going to see widespread 90, 100, 120 mile an hour winds here, this whole zone is going to get hit by a tornado. Like if you close your eyes and you don't look, you're not going to notice the difference. So take shelter as if a tornado is coming. Once again, we're going to just see a lot of damage reports starting to come out of here. And hopefully we've got people in the background who are keeping up with some of that stuff. Carly is here, but I'm sitting in her seat. If you see anything in the Discord or anything, just holler at me. Because I don't have any way. My team can't even talk to me. I'm just sitting in the floor on the kitchen looking at the radar here. So, see here. Yeah, 114 mile an hour winds. That's equivalent to an EF2. Yeah. And then it does look like this storm here is trying even harder now to organize. So on top of the 100 mile per hour winds that are coming in a wall here through southwestern Oklahoma, part of it is getting ready to wrap in on itself and produce a tornado, I believe, here near Dodson. You see that right there? You see that little punch trying to come out of the some of the outbound winds. If this goes the way that we've seen it go a million times during these kind of setups, we'll probably see some sort of spin-up tornado try to happen here near Dotson. Now, I don't know if this thing's going too fast. I hope that's what's happening. But the next radar scan will tell us a different story. And the thing about these kinds of storms and storm systems is it could be happening right now. The radar is at least 3 or 4 minutes behind, and things are happening so fast up there in the atmosphere that there could be a tornado down right now. So if you're in Dodson, I would go ahead and I would take shelter as if there is a big tornado heading towards you right now. Take shelter immediately. This is a life-threatening situation. Same thing. Let's go ahead and start getting there in Vinson, McKnight, and Hollis as well. As this just really, really impressive line of storms continues to come through. Just real quick, I want to mention something. NATOcast. We always look at NATOcast. They actually have a wind profile as well. Like they don't only do NATOs. So on the experimental model here, you can see that the scale goes up to 60%, and obviously a lot of Texas and Oklahoma are in that 60% hatch zone. That's like as intense as it can possibly get. But there's a blacked out zone right where these storms are getting ready to go through, where the model believes that just the extreme nature of the winds are just going to be kind of unchartable here. So keep that in mind. We all like to keep up with NATOcast, and that's what's coming from that model, I guess, right now. And by the way, back here near Memphis, Texas, if you look at that report of the 114 mile per hour wind gust, right next to it, we also have a report of an almost 2-inch in diameter hail. So imagine that, 114 mile per hour, golf ball to tennis balls flying around out there as well. So that's extremely dangerous. That adds a whole nother level of seriousness to the situation that we usually don't have to deal with. A lot of times it's one or the other. So yeah, that's what we're looking at there. Latest, let's see here. I'm trying to get the latest update on this storm moving up towards Dotson. It still looks very concerning to me. So we want everybody to stay in their safe spot. But honestly, this thing is just moving so fast and things are happening so fast in it. It's going to be, we have to literally watch every frame. We have to watch every single frame to try to see what's going to happen with these potential spin-ups. But at this point, it really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Everybody's going to get hit by a big storm here. And we don't want to underplay, I guess, any part of it. Let's see. No, I am not. Yeah, that's a good idea. Good idea. I am able to browse Twitter a little bit here, so if you guys want to tag me and stuff, also tag your National Weather Service as well. But if you want to help me find newsworthy things that might be interesting here, or even stuff that you've taken yourself, please share that with me on Twitter so we can kind of tell the story a little bit about what's going on out there. I really think we're going to see some insane pictures and videos coming out of this as far as damage goes. I hope we don't, but if some of these reports are right, it's definitely going to be something else. I'm already seeing a lot of, down trees and power lines and stuff like that. So I'll try to share as much of this stuff as I can today, guys. But obviously, it's going to be a little bit harder for me. New tornado warning polygon is now out for Vinson, Reed, Hollis, Magnum, and Willow in Oklahoma. And that's going to be for our area of rotation that's getting ready to go through Dotson that we've been looking at for a while. Okay, we've been watching this. We've been concerned about it. We've been suspicious. Something's going on in there, and the National Weather Service is watching the same thing. They're saying the same thing as us, and so they've went ahead and issued that official polygon there, all the way out to Reed and Magnum. Wow. I don't think we're hearing anything specific about damage or anything like that yet out of Memphis, but there's got to be something going on down there after 100-mile-an-hour winds and 2-inch in diameter hail. Let's see if I can pull up power outages. And I am trying to look at chat too, guys. Just know that I have even less screens than usual. Outages. Okay, so Harmon County in Oklahoma already has the whole county. Pretty much the whole county is without power right now. Yeah, and here's the crazy thing too, y'all. I keep trying to switch my scene. I can't do that. I just got to do this. Bear with me. The crazy thing in Texas right now is a lot of the power outages are due to wind, right? There's 40,000 people without power right now, but look at how far west it is compared to where the line of storms is. Like Andy was talking about earlier, there's very strong sustained winds that are going to be happening even after the main storm goes by. So if your power doesn't get knocked out by the big storm right off the bat, then there's several hours of extreme winds that could make that happen after the storm goes through. So keep that in mind, y'all. Make sure you're prepared for a power outage here. I think that we're going to have probably over 1 million people without power tonight at some point. So one of those might be you. Do what you need to do now to prepare for that. And our buddy up there, Eric, our nameless storm chaser up there is in a hailstorm and a half. Y'all, I'm going to pull him up over here as well. Once again, that's Eric Toll. Uh-oh. Okay, thank you. Eric Toll where is he at? Childress. He's near Childress, Texas. Look at the hail bouncing off the road down there. Y'all see that? And he's with Live Storms Media. He's in a very intense storm here near Childress, Texas. Yeah, right in here. Between Cary and Childress, that's where that was just taken. And you can see the live feed above my head there. But it looks to me like definitely quarter-size hail bouncing off the road. I can't tell much else about it, though. Just given what I see here. So we'll pull that back up a couple times as we go into the future. But that's what's getting ready to move into downtown Childress. All right, big hail, strong winds, and the city of Dodson. Hopefully everybody in that town is in shelter up here in. I believe that's in Oklahoma. It's right on the border of Oklahoma and Texas. But Dodson, once again, there's a very suspicious looking profile, popping up here on the velocity that says to me that either there's some sort of a downburst, there's a microburst, there's something's happening here, and we've got to make sure that everybody is in their safe spots. Next in line, Arnett, McKnight, all the way up to Vinson. Get ready. This is not one of those situations where we think, oh, well, it might weaken. It might get a little bit better here as it enters this more favorable environment. That's at least for the next couple of hours. It's only going to get worse.
A new tornado
Keep that in mind
has been issued.
if you're over here in New Cordell. All right, Hobart, Snyder, Tipton, Altus, El Dorado. All these places in Oklahoma, this is coming towards you all. Let's see here. Debash says, this is a thank you for perseverance and the start of your fund for a top-of-the-line dual PC setup so you have full redundancy always at the ready. Yeah, you don't even know how much we are getting ready to upgrade our equipment here because of this, guys. Don't get me wrong. We had good equipment before. You guys saw it. But, I mean, it literally exploded. And I've completely tore the computer apart, took parts from other pieces of different computers and put in it. And it's not going to work. So we're going to build a big we're gonna make it right. We're gonna do it good, and we're gonna be back to normal here soon. But for now, we're focused on this an incredibly strong storm that's coming through here. I'm going to very quickly check in on a little bit of the northern side of this as well, because I think we've got a lot of people watching up here in Kansas. And earlier today, over there near Ulysses, Garden City, and Dodge City in Kansas, we had some tornado warnings. Right now, a lot of the convection, at least as far as storms go, it doesn't look as intense up here in Kansas. But notice how the top of that line, it's starting to rear back here in northern Oklahoma. That part is probably going to head up towards Wichita, and you guys will be in the line of fire for potential tornadoes and, of course, very strong damaging winds. But let's say you're up here near Larned, Great Bend. Strong winds are definitely going to be a part of this for you, but the actual thunderstorm component is a little bit less than what we're looking at down here to the south. And if you're just now tuning in, you're like, what's that big purple blob there? Well, that's a 45% hatched probability of significant damaging winds for Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Bartlesville, Ponca City, all the way down to Lawton and Altus in Oklahoma. This is a rare kind of event, guys. This is not something that we normally talk about here. We might be throwing around the D word at some point during this if it ends up going long enough. 100-mile-per-hour winds possible for anybody in that purple area. Heck, even in the red area, we could see intermittently hurricane force wind gusts tonight. So make sure you are prepared for that. Let's see here. I do want to show you the tornado probabilities as well, because we do have a little over 1 million people in a 10% hatched area for tornadoes. That's a 10% probability of seeing a tornado anywhere within 25 miles of a given point in that yellow zone. And the hatched just means that those tornadoes could very likely be strong, EF2 or greater in strength. See here. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I think we're watching what could be our main subject for quite a while now is this Dodson McKnight supercell right on the border. It's really begun to take shape in a way that's, not mistakable to us who have looked at hundreds of these. So Harmon County, especially south of Vinson, and eventually to Reed, Oklahoma, and Greer County. That is my area of most prominent concern right now.
Absolutely. And this is the one that we've been watching so closely for a while, guys. We've been watching it rear up since back here near Memphis in Texas. Now it's getting ready to go up here once again towards McKnight, Vinson, and Reed, and Willow. And look at this. I mean, you can very clearly see the supercell shape here. You can see what it wants to do, but just the sheer quickness of this system, the how fast everything's moving, it might have a little bit of a harder time than usual organizing, but it's going to eventually, I think, before it kind of squalls out. So a tornado is likely developing or will develop here soon, somewhere between McKnight and Brinkman in Oklahoma. So make sure you are taking shelter. And if I put this into motion, that specific part of the storm, okay, really the strongest part of this entire line of storms right now is going to be the part that eventually impacts the Oklahoma City area later tonight, okay? This is going to be a pretty dangerous situation for you guys as well, all the way down to Purcell, Pauls Valley, Apache, Chickasha, Lawton, Snyder. You guys got a little bit more time to figure it out, but something significant is going to happen for you tonight. So make sure you're getting all your ducks in a row right now for that. All right, and this thing is, oh my goodness, this thing is rotating like crazy here. Look at that radar image, y'all. Absolutely nuts. Huge thank you to Diane. Nervous in Southwest Missouri. I will be following. Thanks for all you do. Hey, no problem. Southwest Missouri. We're definitely a little bit far away from that happening. But for example, in Joplin, we do have a 5% probability of tornadoes tonight. And let's just take a look at the overall categorical outlook. You're in an enhanced risk of severe weather tonight in Joplin. By the time this line of storms gets to you, it's going to be just I mean, it's just going to be a wall of wind. It's going to be a wind bag, essentially. And it's definitely going to be capable of producing damaging winds, potentially hurricane force. But I don't think it's going to be quite as intensive as what we're getting ready to see in southwestern Oklahoma. Doesn't change the fact that it's going to be pretty bad up there, okay? Because what we're about to see in southwestern Oklahoma is on the verge of being worse than very bad, if you know what I mean. Let's see. I just want to call out some other towns here that are getting ready to just get slammed by this line of storms. If you're watching, hopefully you're paying attention here. If you live in Leedy, Oklahoma, small town up there to the north and east of Cheyenne, get somewhere now. Get ready for this. Elk City along I-40. You guys are getting ready to get, once again, just slammed by a strong line of storms. I'm most concerned, I think, for areas like Willow, Magnum, and Granite, and Blair in Oklahoma. You guys are in the path of a life-threatening storm, and you need to treat it as if there's a huge tornado coming after you right now, and you got to start either making preparations or getting to shelter as quickly as you can. Okay? Also down here near Altus, however you say it, in El Dorado, you guys are getting ready to have a hard time as well out of this storm as it moves through. All right. What are the chances of it squalling out before it hits the Tulsa area? Oh, incredibly high. Okay, but here's the thing: this kind of storm produces tornadic damage as a squall line. It doesn't matter that it's going to squall out before it gets to Tulsa. If it's as strong as it is now before it hits Tulsa, there will be widespread power lines down. There will be trees down, and potentially even worse than that. So you don't want to let your guard down just because we might be dealing with a squall line versus, whatever else, an embedded supercell. Because spin-up tornadoes are going to happen even in a squall line. I don't know how to turn that sound off. I'm sorry, guys. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, we are in a little bit of a different setup here. My computer died. It literally exploded, and I'm sitting on my kitchen floor, and we're doing the weather this way, just the best way we know how. I scrounged together some parts, and I grabbed Andy out of the ether and put him above my head, and we're ready to go. Oh, okay. So this this storm up here near Vincent and Reed is just really nasty looking on radar. Can you tell us a little bit more about it, Andy, while I try to turn this annoying noise off real quick?
Sure thing, Ryan. Yeah, so what I've been watching happen with this, so I don't know how long it has to live, but right now it is screaming as we would say in the meteorology world. It is wrapping up so quickly we can barely keep track of it. But I think what's going to happen is eventually that rotation will get sucked into the line and sort of cut off from its inflow, what's sustaining it. So what I have to say is that I hope that's what happens. It's not guaranteed to happen, but I've seen it happen before. That's a pattern we see often. We can't tell. It's too far away from a radar site to tell if it is actually producing a tornado right now. We can't tell via radar. However, I do know some chasers who are headed toward the Mangum area right now and are going to take shelter in that town. So chasers are there and are chasing the storm or being chased by it, probably the latter. Because they're going to take shelter in Mangum. I'm keeping tabs on them first and foremost, and I guess I'll let you know what the ground truth since we're so far away from a radar. But nonetheless, this has got wind-driven hail with it, no matter how you slice it. So Yeah, that's really dangerous. That's what I have to say about that. It's taking the words out of my mouth.
Okay. I don't know. I don't know if we have tech guy Ryan or Riley or anybody around, but do we have Chris or Zach or anybody that's normally on our team that's in and around this storm? I would like to throw them up, but I can't see them. I don't know where they are or what they're doing. Brian Allen and okay, okay, all right, all right. Well, they're not now because I changed it. Yeah. So if you can figure out how to if you can figure out how to get me their links, I will try to put them up. Or if you can just figure out which one I need to be looking at, just let me know. I'll find their links and I'll throw them up. Brett Adair is out there as well, and we're trying to get his feedback up. Just and if somebody could put in office chat the place file link for GR, because I can't even see where the guys are on the map. Okay, so once again, we're working through some bugs, but we're going to get through them here, and we're going to continue to cover this severe weather. Mangum. Okay, gotcha. The warning box is covering the G and the N, so I just guessed. Nicholas, hey Nicholas, you didn't have to do that. Thank you very much. Robert, thank you as well. Thank you very much. Everybody say thanks to Robert and Nicholas and H. Von Heisenberg. All right, so this is the main storm that we're watching right here. Just an incredible amount of rotation. You can literally see the swirl on radar. This might be producing a tornado. Even if it's not, you're not really going to be able to tell much of a difference here in Reed and Brinkman. All right. This is going to absolutely knock your socks off with potentially up to 100 mile per hour winds. All right. Some tornadoes only have 80 or 90 mile per hour winds. So this is like a big, think of it as a big tornado coming towards you, whether that we've got a rotating funnel on the ground or not. And then down here a little bit farther to the south, south of Childress, Texas, for example, down here near Paducah, moving towards El Dorado, Quanah, Crowell, Texas, and Vernon, we just have some really prolific hailers starting to pop up. Now, these have very strong winds with them. But we're also seeing 2, maybe even close to 3-inch in diameter hailstones coming out of these storms as well. You combine 60 mile an hour, 70 mile an hour winds with big hailstones like that, and you are not going to have a very pretty picture. Wow. Hold on, every time I scroll past this storm right here, I'm blown away by the structure. Reed, get ready. That's going to be a nasty one there for you. Let's come back over here. We do have a tornado warning still in effect for VC, Sealing, Taloga, Camargo, Leedy, Putnam, and Strong City in Oklahoma. Take shelter. Now that's a rotating storm coming up there. It'll eventually make it towards Fairview and Enid. Okay, but I mean, obviously, I don't have to say why. Our focus right now is right in here. This is where the heart of the storm is. This is where some of the strongest winds are happening. And I just, some of the damage reports that we're going to get out of places like Ron, Sandy, Reed, Mangum, and these places are probably going to be pretty intense. So I want to make sure I'm effectively communicating all the little communities that are getting ready to get hit by this. Okay, it looks like Chris Hall's in a good spot. Is he live? He is. Okay, I'm going to try to get Chris Hall up. Bear with us, y'all. I think I have it. Let's see here. And I think I can figure out how to talk to him. Boy. Try it out. All right, we're going to wait a couple seconds here, see if we can get a live feed from our storm chaser, Chris Hall. Nope. Somebody might need to reach out to him. He might not even know that we're live. He might not be sending it to us. No, I've got them all. Who else is live? Uh-huh. Okay, I don't think Zach Hawley isn't even on this list. Right. And Brian Allen. He one of them? Okay. Trying to get eyes on the ground just so we can see what's going on out here, guys. Okay. Yeah, I'm not getting anything on that one either. I think these guys probably just don't even know that I'm live. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I'm looking at from Frederick radar near Strong City, Oklahoma. That's our northern tornado warning in Oklahoma right now. That one might have a correlation coefficient signature going on there. It's persisted for 2 frames. It's very far away from the radar though, as you can tell. So I'm a little suspect of it, but since it's been consistent for a couple frames, that could be an ongoing tornado on the ground, and that tornado warning is currently radar indicated.
Okay. Thank you, Andy. Essentially, we could have just another sign of potentially we have a tornado here somewhere between Morewood and Strong City. And of course, that's going to be moving up towards Leedy, Camargo, Kestos, Sealing, Mutual, and Taloga in Oklahoma over the next little bit. Please, guys, please take shelter. And we just got the confirmation on that. There you go. The lights turned red. And we have a confirmed tornado warning now.
A new tornado warning
that's going to be for Beckham, Greer, Harmon, Kiowa, and Washita County, Oklahoma. Take shelter. All right, y'all. I'm going to get this figured out, and we'll get back into diving in to the radar feed. Okay. All right. All right. So if you're just now tuning in, guys, we've got a confirmed tornado down here. And let's see here. God. I'm going to go back to the Frederick radar. We do have, I'm going to pull all of my radars back up. We have an observed tornado getting ready to move into, once again, the Mangum, Granite, and Brinkman area. All right. This is an extremely dangerous situation. This is the storm that we have been talking about for, I don't know, an hour now. It's doing exactly what we thought it would do. And hopefully everybody between Bloomington and Lake Creek now are in their safe spots, and they have been there for a while. Okay, if there is still a tornado down here, it's right now somewhere in the general vicinity of Mangum. Once again, and it's moving so fast. I'm hesitant to try to say like what street it's near and stuff like that, because what we're looking at is a little bit behind what's actually happening out there. Okay, so I just want everybody in Granite, Lone Wolf, Hobart, and Cambridge to be taking shelter. Man, it's a strong storm. I'm still monitoring Twitter as well, y'all. Thank you for sharing stuff with me. Brett Adair is just north of. Yeah, he's in and out as far as his connection goes, so I'm not able to bring him up. Eric, though, our current storm chaser visible up there is in Hollis, Oklahoma, where I believe we actually saw some damage. Some of the latest wind reports coming in. We've got a 75-mile-per-hour wind gust coming out of Harmon, Oklahoma, near Hollis. That's where we just saw the flashing lights from Storm Chaser Eric there. A 60-mile-an-hour wind gust just to the west of Quinaw. I think I'm saying that right. 78-mile-per-hour wind gust back here near Beckham, Oklahoma, and right, it's right in here where that's where we're seeing the strongest winds. Right here near Mangum, I think we'll probably see maybe not beating the Memphis report of 114 miles per hour earlier. That this is where we'll probably see some of our strongest wind gust reports right here in the next little bit. All right, I'm going to pull up something else here.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
We got a confirmed tornado warning now for Custer, Dewey, Ellis, and Roger Mills County in Oklahoma. Another confirmed tornado warning. And I'm trying my best to get this stuff loaded up. Andy, can you send me a link somewhere to the, well, send Carly the link somewhere to the back end where it shows all the warnings and stuff. I think he changed the URL. I don't know if we have access to that now or not. We just got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning as well. Much. If you're just now tuning in, this is live coverage of an insane outbreak of severe weather that's happening right now in Oklahoma. We've got multiple tornado warnings, tornado on the ground, and we have 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts being reported even outside of the tornado for several miles up and down this squall line. And all of this is heading towards central Oklahoma. It's in southwestern Oklahoma, portions of Texas and Kansas right now. And it's going to kind of center in on Oklahoma City as we go forward. Yeah, so right now we have 2 confirmed tornado warnings. One of them is going to be for Beckham, Greer, Harmon, and Kiowa, and Washita counties in Oklahoma. The other one is going to be for Custer, Dewey, Roger Mills, and Woodward County in Oklahoma. We have 3 considerable severe thunderstorm warnings as well. I'm just going to try to get this window in a good spot for me. Okay. All right. Do the siren. Can I do the siren still? Hold on. This is obviously we need this, but I'm going to try to. If this works, that's crazy. Okay, no, it's not going to work. All right, yeah, we don't have the siren, guys. I'm sorry. So this is the area of rotation that we've been watching. Notice how it kind of was most intense back here near Reed. We had that confirmed tornado warning here, and now, like, honestly, this is becoming more, in my opinion, it's becoming more of a substantial threat as far as like widespread damaging winds go as we get into Cambridge, Hobart, and Roosevelt. So make sure you guys are staying in your safe spots. Observe tornado warning up here just a little bit to the north as well. Damaging tornado and quarter-size hail. This is a radar-confirmed tornado.
A new tornado watch
Angora,
has been
moving
issued.
northeast at 70 miles per hour. Look at that. That's something else that I think it's important that we point out here. This tornado is moving at 70 miles per hour. So that's crazy. That's absolutely nuts. Where are we looking at? This is western Oklahoma. So the strongest storms right now are in southwestern Oklahoma and northern portions of Texas. We're going to see some of these move towards, they just got past Childress and Paducah in Texas. They're going to move over towards Vernon and Frederick here within the next little bit. Also Altus, Oklahoma. We've been talking about you guys all night. You're kind of in the bullseye area for today. Well, it's right on your door. We're talking 30 minutes at most before you get hit by this wall of wind with 60, 70, maybe 80 mile per hour wind gusts getting ready to come through. And I mean, just look at how much closer it is to Oklahoma City now as well. Big time, considerable severe thunderstorms warnings being issued here. We got hail in 1 inch in diameter expected and 70 miles per hour winds. All the way up between Quanah, Chillicothe, Crowell, and Vernon, Texas. That's going to be happening over the next hour or so. And then same thing down here, all the way down towards Aspermont, Texas. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I see a new circulation. I've been watching this one for a while in northwestern Oklahoma. That's going to be to the north and east of Woodward. Headed towards Freedom and Fair Valley, Oklahoma, and Woods County. This one has had a convergent signature for a while as in the northern part of this line that is severe warned. And now we've got some tight rotation there that I imagine will probably be warned soon for areas in Woods County, Oklahoma.
Okay, thank you very much, Andy. Once again, right here's the area of interest that we're looking at. And then we are concerned about Freedom, Fair Valley, and Cora here in the near future. And then beyond that, this could go right on up into areas near Hardner, Kansas, because these are moving fast. Like it's not going to take long for it to get up there, and we'll see what it does in its on its journey through. I tell you what, this PC I'm using right now isn't as snappy as the one I'm used to using. And Andy's all glitched out up there. Look at that. Hey, we're trying our best here, guys. My pewter exploded. I'm trying my best. I don't know. Oh, hold on. I might be able to. He's cracking himself up. I might be able to fix it. I might be able to fix it. No, that didn't fix it at all. Any ideas? Anybody got any ideas how I can fix Andy? Andy's broke. Let's see here. If you're just now tuning in, we do have multiple tornado warnings out right now. We're trying our best to deliver that information to you. I think there's going to be a new one here. Andy pointed this one out not too long ago, near Freedom and Fair Valley and Tea Garden in Oklahoma. But right now, at this very moment, we do have potentially tornadoes either on the ground or getting ready to be on the ground near Willow and Granite in Oklahoma. And then also up here a little bit closer to Leedy, Camargo, and Vicey in Oklahoma as well. crazy. I appreciate all the support, guys. Thank you. Thank you for bearing with us during this trying time of us not having the right computers. A quick update on power outages. It does look like Collingsworth County in Texas. So that's the storm. That's the county that this big storm just went through. The entire county is without power now in Texas. Make a new one. All right, we can try that. All right, bye-bye, Andy. Do I have what now? No. This is so messed up. New link coming in. It actually takes like thousands of wires and multiple monitors and all kinds of crazy stuff usually to make this happen. The fact that we're doing it right now and I'm just sitting in my kitchen floor here doing the weather, it's a monumental, it's a great. Okay, Andy, you're smooth again. If we can get, okay, yeah, that works. All right, we're gonna get Andy back in his box. This reminds me of old days. I used to do this. This was like half of the broadcast before. Okay. All right. All right. So I think we've got Andy at least temporarily fixed here. We've updated his software, and we're gonna keep going here. Andy, do you have any updates for us, by the way, since you're back?
I've been keeping track of these storms, Ryan. I don't think there's anything in particular that's caught my eye, any new circulations or anything that makes it look like the warning is doing more than it has before, but they will be extending these warnings. That's probably what you're hearing right now that I'm talking over. So that's just going to be an extension of the warning for Greer and Kiowa County in Oklahoma.
A new tornado warning has
It is
been
radar
issued.
indicated though, so like I said, I don't see any indication of anything down right now. But what I will say is, out ahead of this line, some of you who are following along on radar may see the lower correlation coefficient values out there, and what that is literally both the winds behind the front are pushing it super fast to the east that direction, but also the winds in front of the front are pretty powerful. That's our inflow, and the inflow is literally kicking up dirt and dust as it goes up into the line of storms near the cold front. So that's what you're seeing there is in low returns. We actually see dust and dirt on the radar. And maybe even, small pieces of wood or sidings from houses or, tiles on the roof or shingles rather. That could be what's getting sucked up into the inflow here and showing up on radar. So again, really powerful wind-driven dynamical system here.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. We do have a new tornado warning here for northern Kiowa County and east central Greer County and southwestern Oklahoma until 8:30 p.m. Central. And this one also has the hazard of potential tornado and golf ball sized hail. And once again, this part of the line, part of the line here is going right towards Oklahoma City. So now's the time to start thinking of your tornado action plan. If you're in Oklahoma City, Chickasha, El Reno, Moore, Norman, Chandler, Edmond, any of these places, it's coming. It's impossible to tell you if there's going to be a tornado or not, but it's definitely going to be a long night, and some very strong damaging storms are getting ready to come through. Yeah, if you're just now tuning in, we're doing our best here to cover this tornado situation that's unfolding in Oklahoma and Texas. But we are just a tiny bit limited today because of we're using a different. I'm not in my normal setup. Here's a new tornado watch, by the way, issued about 10 minutes ago. This includes Oklahoma City. So Oklahoma City is under a tornado watch now. Tulsa, Muskogee, McAllister, Ardmore, Ponca City, Bartlesville, pretty much the other side of Oklahoma City now is under a tornado watch. A few tornadoes are likely. Scattered hail up to ping pong size is likely, and widespread wind gusts up to 90 miles per hour. So that's 3.4 million people in the line of fire here. This goes all the way out to 1 a.m. Central on Monday. So once again, buckle up. We're going to be here for a little while as we watch this thing tear through the state of Oklahoma. It looks like Andy's glitched out up there again. Hopefully, I'm hoping that it's just going to work itself out. I've unplugged a couple of other things. I don't know what's going on with that. Any other ideas as to how we can fix that? I'm willing to try anything. What does yellow mean? That's a slight risk of severe weather. Basically, I wouldn't pay too much attention to that, actually. If you're in Electra, Texas, you're definitely getting ready to get hit by a pretty strong storm here. And slight risk or moderate risk or not, like you definitely need to be prepared for some very large hail and damaging winds. All right, where did you send links? Okay. You never know what you've got until it's gone. Really missing my regular PC setup here. All right, let's go up down this line of storms. Man, this is going really far south. Let's start from the south and move north. Let's talk about, because I know we got people tuning in way down here near Colorado City and Abilene, Texas. This cold front is extending all the way down here, and we do have severe thunderstorms happening down here as well. These are going to move over into Sweetwater and eventually Abilene, Texas over the next hour or so, capable of producing 60-mile-an-hour winds, golf ball size hail, maybe even a tornado or two. We do have to watch these because these are in an area where there is some wind shear. So we're going to watch those closely for you. Also out here towards Hamlin and Haskell in Texas, get ready. Big squall lines getting ready to come through. Hail, damaging winds. It's all happening. Now, the strongest part of this line exists from right now near Guthrie, Texas, and Quanah, Texas. And that's going to be moving towards Vernon and Seymour in the next hour or so. And a little bit after that, we're going to see it go through Wichita Falls. 70-mile-per-hour winds are likely here. and then potentially a golf ball size hail or larger. And then one of the more concerning parts of the line up here near the top, where it's trying to curl back a little bit, near Hobart and Sentinel and all these places where the tornado warning exists right now. That's where we have the biggest tornadic threat at the moment. And this part of the storm is also packing potentially 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts with it, and it's moving right towards once again Chickasha, El Reno, Oklahoma City. That area, we'll have to watch it very, very closely. And I don't know how well you can see it, but we do have storm chaser Eric Toll out there giving us a view near Hollis, Oklahoma right now. That's what you see above Andy's head. I'm trying to find... okay, so we've got another guy. We've got Nick Smego in Altus. We might throw him up so we get a different vantage point here. Yeah, we absolutely should have. Yeah, we should have had the halometer. Yeah, there's so many different interesting areas of rotation here. Obviously, we had I believe we had a brief tornado probably somewhere around Reed, Oklahoma. And then now we've just got this big wall of wind here that's moving through Granite and Lone Wolf. Another really interesting area of rotation inside of that wall of wind has popped up here between Hobart and Lugert. It's impossible to tell you exactly what's going on there, but it's important we point out little things like that because I think it just adds to the urgency that goes along with the considerable severe or the destructive severe thunderstorm warning that goes along with this. The little tornadoes could pop up inside of this big storm. It's not going to make that much of a difference to you. 60, 70, 80, 90-mile-per-hour winds are going to be possible all the way up to the doorstep of Oklahoma City. Look at that giant, severe thunderstorm warning they've issued here. What is this? Destructive. Yeah, that's a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. This entire red box right here. A 1.5 inch in diameter hail and 80-mile-per-hour winds possible with that storm. Thomas, thank you very much. Let's help get Ryan's computer fixed. Don't worry, guys. We're going to get it fixed. We are going to get it fixed. It has to happen. It's just very unfortunate timing. Very unfortunate timing. My computer exploded right at the wrong time. Can you update us on the Tennessee threat for tomorrow when you're able? Yeah, I'll try to do that for sure. I don't want to speak too soon, but I think I fixed Andy. I know it's not that big of a deal, but like that's got, especially for those of you who are like watching on like big screen TVs, that's got to be super distracting. I'm just on my little pewter now, and it can't handle all of this processing power. I keep opening new windows. I need this guy set up. That's what I need. All right. We just got some crazy red lights flashing around here. Okay, so that's a new confirmed tornado warning for Greer, Kiowa, Washita, and Beckham counties in Oklahoma. Sorry, I can't do the siren either. Oh, wow. And there it is. Right there it is, guys. You see that? Big, just in the last couple of frames here, big correlation coefficient drop. This is the most convincing sign that we've seen today of a significant tornado being down on the ground between Cambridge and Hobart. You heard that right, guys. We have a big tornado on the ground somewhere between Cambridge and Hobart in Oklahoma. Take shelter now. This is a life-threatening situation. Let me pull this up over here. And guys, I can't stress to you enough how fast this is moving. I'm going to have to look pretty far in front of it here to tell you where it's going next. So right now, it's somewhere in the vicinity of Hobart, Oklahoma, and it's moving right towards Rocky and Lake Valley. See that blue dot there? That's around where the tornado is. Okay, what that blue dot represents is the debris being flung up into the atmosphere. So something's in the sky here between Cambridge and Hobart in Oklahoma that shouldn't be there. It's not hail. It's not rain. It's likely tree limbs or dust or like just big pieces of something other than water. And it's likely there because of a tornado. So this is going to continue to go east. And yeah, look at that. We've got an even bigger signature now on that last frame. Let me try to give you. So this is there's all kinds of these farmer like roads here, but the most notable places that this is around right now is literally. If you know where Sentinel is, Rocky or Hobart, this is kind of like this square area where there's a bunch of empty fields in the middle. Hopefully somewhere right in that area is where we have this tornado right now. But obviously the radar can be just a little bit off because we're looking up in the sky here. But despite where it is right now, it's definitely going to cross the road, Highway 183 here between Hobart and Rocky. Might actually go right through Rocky. And then we've got to be concerned about Cloud Chief and Lake Valley. Once again, that's a big tornado on the ground right there, y'all. It's throwing debris up into the air, and it is causing significant damage. And also, we just got a word in from the Storm Prediction Center as well. They're still very concerned about this specific area of storms all the way up until it gets to Oklahoma City. They're highlighting that this corridor of enhanced damaging winds will extend into central Oklahoma over the next couple of hours with a very significant threat of tornadoes. Let's see. And I know I'm saying a lot of town names wrong. I'm sorry, y'all. Part of it. Yeah, just seeing if I can't hear or see anything else going on out there. Yeah, there's a confirmed tornado. If you're just now tuning in, we're watching or we're looking at a confirmed tornado here near Hobart, and it's moving up towards Lake Valley. It's also racing towards places like El Reno in Yukon. I mean, I can't avoid saying it. You know what I'm saying? Eakley, Binger, Hinton, all these places. We've been watching this very specific area of this line since way back here in Central Texas. It's held together. It's been the focal point of this storm system today, all the way up to where it is now. And now we do have to start being concerned about what's going to happen here when this gets closer to Gracemont, El Reno, Yukon, Oklahoma City. So Hopefully it falls apart or something, but it's not looking like that's going to happen. I find out where some of these people are. Do we have anybody out there in front of this thing? I don't think we do. Where's Orlando? Oh, way up there. Okay. Right there is where our tornado first came down between Cambridge and Hobart. Sorry. And then we obviously saw it get really big. It looks to me on that last frame like we probably begun to see it start to dissipate. But look at what's happening down here now near Camalti. Now between Camalti and Gatebo, I think I'm saying that right, and Mountain View. We're probably going to, something similar is going to try to happen in that area too. So we just got to watch for continued spin-ups on this side of the storm here as it races off to the north and east. Looks like we got a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust report out of Altus. Let's see here. Hester, Oklahoma, got a 62-mile-per-hour wind gust reported out of that. 80 miles per hour back here towards Beckham, once again. 71 miles per hour near Quinaw, Texas. Man, we've got 77 miles per hour as far south as King, Texas. That's south and west of Guthrie. So lots of really crazy wind gusts back here associated with this line of storms. And then, of course, just the continued winds afterwards. It'll be interesting to see what happens here. If you put the radar into motion, that really cyclical, like rotating a portion of the top of this, or really the center portion of this line, is kind of holding strong, and it looks like it's trying to bear right. I don't know exactly how far north we're going to see that go. But if it goes on a similar path, once again, the general OKC area is a place that we have to watch. Regardless of whether there's a tornado down or not in Mountain View, in Sedan, and Cooperton in Oklahoma, you guys are getting ready to get slammed by a storm with potentially 80-mile-per-hour winds and hail up to the size of larger than golf balls. So make sure you are running to shelter. You don't have much time to walk, especially down there in Cooperton. Can you get a location for me from Zach and Frankie? It's not popping up on my end. You might be able to tell from there. Oh, I see now. Yeah, I see. Why can't I get that on my screen? Did I miss that link? I think I did. No, I'm looking for the place files. Zach and Frankie are just to the west of Oklahoma City. Brett Adair and Nick Gorman are pretty much near where that tornado warning was, but it's blown by them now. I think we need to pull Zach and Frankie up. So now new storm chaser video above Andy's head should, if it loads, there it is. Yeah, that's Zach and Frankie from Vortex Chasing. They're just to the west of Oklahoma City, going towards this storm. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Riley. Not going to help much unless I talk to them. Okay, that might have worked. I don't know. We'll see if I can't pull up. Oh, yeah. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry I'm being quiet. I'm just trying my best to get myself in a position where I can help you as best as I can. Man, Zach isn't even in our thing anymore. He's not in Zello. If Frank can get him back in there, I don't know if he has time or not, but that would be great. Okay. All right. So we have that pulled up. We're ready to talk to the chasers if we can get it set up. Otherwise, we're going to continue to track these storms here on radar and watch what's happening there. Looks like Frankie and Zach have taken a little bit of a pit stop here at a gas station as they wait to intercept this storm. They're just to the west of Oklahoma City. And what else is to the west of Oklahoma City? A destructive severe thunderstorm producing hurricane force wind gusts. We've just got a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust reported up there near Custer, Oklahoma. And then down here near Hobart, we had a 72-mile-per-hour wind gust reported. That is damaging, okay? And we've actually got some reports over 100 miles per hour today with our wind gusts. So that is something that we have to keep in mind as these storms race off to the east. They're going to continue to produce winds like that and potentially even worse, at least 60 to 70 mile per hour winds all up and down this line, which it's definitely going to bring down power lines and all that stuff. Kelly and Danielle, thank you all so much for the support. Who? Okay. I must be, I don't know what's going on because I don't see them. Zach and Frankie. Oh, okay. Wait, I see them. I see them. Test. Can you hear me, bub? I think he's definitely in the bathroom in that gas station, and I definitely just came over the. I definitely just came through his phone. That's funny. Do I need food? I forgot about that. No, I'm good. I had some food yesterday. We also, by the way, I do want to, I don't want to lose. Obviously, we're focusing pretty hard on this area of storms here, just to the south and west of Oklahoma City, because that's kind of where the most intense things have been happening. But I don't want to forget about everybody else that's getting hit by this storm. So once again, let's do a south to north progression here and talk about where the storms are now and what's getting ready to happen, at least until something else comes up. Once again, Sweetwater, Texas, getting ready to get hit by a strong storm. Abilene, Texas, you're going to be next in line for potentially 1-inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Look at this big area of storms moving towards Haskell, Texas, as well. Okay, and then up here near Seymour, you guys are under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning with winds up to 70 miles per hour likely. Vernon, Texas, it's a minute away, if it isn't already pouring the rain and winds blowing sideways right now. Well, it's going to happen within the next minute or two. Right after that, it's going to be heading towards Electra. That's 60-mile-per-hour winds possible with that one. Let's come up to the Frederick radar. Speaking of Frederick, you guys are also in for that 60-mile-an-hour winds as this moves off to the east. Now, the strongest storm on the map right now is down here around Mountain View, okay? This one has been producing tornadoes, okay? In fact, it's produced at least a couple today in its journey from Texas, all like west central, that portion of the Panhandle in Texas, all the way up to where it is now. I don't think it's done. It is kind of in a weird spot right now where it looks like it might be falling apart, but this is definitely still producing extremely damaging winds near Sedan and Cooperton. I'm honestly worried about the fact that these storms up here are kind of in like a prime zone to rotate. Once again, Andy earlier talked about how a certain part of the line looked a little bit backed. Okay, we're starting to see that on the northern side of this progression of the line as well. So we're going to see definitely 50, 60, 70 mile an hour winds move up towards El Reno, Anadarko, and Chickasha here within the next little bit, and the possibility for some tornadoes embedded in that. And then we've got high winds all the way up here into Kansas as well. Look at how much more organized now the squall line is here between Clinton, Oklahoma, and Alva, Oklahoma. We've got strong, damaging winds, 70 miles per hour at times, getting ready to move into Tacoma, Cleo Springs, Canton, and Oakwood, Oklahoma. Get ready. This is going to be a strong storm. Also up here near Kiowa, Kansas, and Hazleton, it's getting really strong in this area as well, stronger than some of the areas just to your south. So Medicine Lodge, you're getting in on some really strong winds right now. All of this is coming towards Wichita. All of this is kind of, look at how it's like literally congealing together. It's just becoming this big squall line. That's going to go right towards Wichita over the next couple of hours or so. The tornado threat up here is a lot less than what we're seeing a little bit farther to the south, but the straight line damaging winds will be a problem as this continues to move off to the east. Even up here into, northeast Kansas, from Salina through Junction City up to Topeka even, you guys might see some damaging wind gusts out of this as this continues to ramp up. Huge storm. We can't really see it all at one time, but this thing is just an incredibly long line of storms. Josh and Royale with cheese, thank you so much for the support. Totem Wolf says, I'm in Granite, Oklahoma here. I watched it passing overhead. We've lost power now. Thanks for the coverage. Well, thank you. I hope you get power back soon. Ryan, you better have that caffeinated nader bean juice if you want to stream late. That is true. I might need. I am going to need some caffeine tonight. I've been almost awake now for 30 hours straight, like just inside of a computer trying to fix it. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I've been watching the northern edge of this line of storms right on the Kansas to Oklahoma border. There are a few suspicious areas of rotation there, but what I've noticed so far, even if they do get a tornado warning from them from the National Weather Service, what I've noticed so far is that they're struggling to sustain themselves, and the reason for that is because we have a huge cap over this area, you know, in the Wichita area and right on the border. As you go further south that into Oklahoma, that cap disintegrates, and that's why those storms are able to actually, you know, show us radar returns that are indicative of a tornado on the ground. But I think up here, the tornado threat is a little more mute. However, weak tornadoes can still happen. The thing is, I just don't think they can quite reach up into the atmosphere and sustain themselves. That's what I'm seeing up here in the northern edge. And also, those of you watching, you may remember we had tornado warnings earlier in western Kansas, to the west of Dodge City. There was a much less of a cap in that area. So I'm looking at the patterns and recognizing what's going on here. And I think we have more of a muted tornado threat for the Wichita area, but that is subject to change. It could possibly change. So I'm keeping eyes on what's going on in the atmosphere too.
Awesome. Thank you, Andy, for the update. I am trying to find. Ooh. Okay, cool. There is a virtual RAILFAN camera in Oklahoma City, so we'll have our eyes on the ground here in Oklahoma City through some cameras from our friends over there at Virtual RAILFAN. So, once again, this line is still like marching forward. We're constantly getting new reports in, anywhere between 55 and 875 miles per hour. That's the average, wind gusts that we're seeing right now. But I do think that in this Boeing segment, that is approaching places like Anadarko and Chickasha, I do think that we're probably seeing some intermittent gusts even higher than that. In fact, back here near Hobart, that's our most recent reports that came through were 73 and 77 miles per hour. So anytime you see that backwards kind of bowing out motion in storms like this, a lot of times that is indicative of an area where some of the stronger winds are happening. And that is going to move towards the southern Oklahoma City area. Norman, Purcell, you guys are in the path of that. Frederick, you're getting ready to get slammed once again by this incredibly strong line of storms, 70 miles per hour winds likely. And then, of course, down here near Monday in Texas and Seymour, you guys are getting ready to get it as well. It's kind of broken into two sections here. If you really pay attention, we've got the one, in my opinion, probably the stronger one down here in this line. And then if we switch to this radar up here, a new kind of a more stable line is trying to form. But this is definitely going to cause damage. And you can tell, if I just put this into motion, you can tell how quickly things are coming together. So this is going to approach Wichita here over the next couple of hours. Get ready. It's going to get more intense before it gets there. Same thing for you guys in Enid, Ponca City, and Perry, Oklahoma. You guys are going to be noticing some big changes in your weather here soon as this passes through. What should northeastern Oklahoma get? Northeastern Oklahoma will get a lot of the same of what we're seeing in central Oklahoma, pretty much, especially around Tulsa. Tulsa's going to get, I don't know how else to explain it. You're going to get a wind bag. Okay, you're going to get a squall line of damaging storms come through, maybe even with embedded tornadoes, 60, 70 mile an hour wind gusts, some hail, lots of lightning, just a really intense storm. and that's going to happen, in a couple hours, several hours from now, really. But in the meantime, we've got to keep an eye on our friends out here that are currently dealing with the bad weather right now. I just tuned into the Oklahoma City cam, and it's quite windy. Yes, it is. Let me see if I can't pull it out here for you. Virtual RAILFAN. They've got an awesome kind of just compilation of like cameras of trains. They're just pointed at like every railroad in the U.S. They have a ton of these, and it just so happens that just above the train tracks you can see the sky. So I like trains; they're great, but for me, like, this is worth it. Like, subscribing to that channel is worth it to me, just to have like an ability to see weather everywhere. And this is a pretty good vantage point too. We're looking towards the skyline of Oklahoma City there, and we'll be able to see the storm come in as it approaches. Yeah, there's a link in my description to that channel if you guys want to check them out. They're friends of the channel. Oh yeah, Colin sent me this. There you go. There's a look at the whole thing. It's massive. Yeah, this is Nebraska up here, all the way through Kansas, down into Oklahoma, and then way down through Texas. That is one massive squall line if I've ever seen one. I'm seeing several pictures, by the way, of the tornado that was around Hobart. Lone Wolf. So there definitely was a pretty good sized tornado on the ground between Lone Wolf and Hobart. I'm seeing pictures of them. It'll be interesting to see what the National Weather Service does next. Are they going to reissue and expand this tornado warning, or are they just going to let the destructive severe go? It looks like a lot of the initial zones of rotation that we were concerned about have let up a little bit, so that's probably not likely going to be a new tornado warning. Looks like the line is kind of like splitting apart here a little bit, right as it goes up towards the Oklahoma City area. El Reno and Greenfield, Yukon, you guys, the strong winds, the really strong winds are going to start here soon if they haven't started already. And this is a part of the line where not too long ago, like an hour and a half to your west, there was a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust reported. Elijah, thank you for the 5 gifted. I really appreciate y'all tagging me and stuff on Twitter. It helps. Here's a new update from NWS Norman. Destructive severe threat continues. The pink area is an enhanced threat for damaging winds and embedded tornadoes, and that does include Oklahoma City. You need to be prepared for a squall line capable of widespread damaging to destructive winds as well as tornadoes from now through 9:30 p.m. The actions that you can take are prepare to shelter in an interior room, stay away from windows on the lowest floor of your house, and stay off the daggone roads until the storms pass. There was a tornado in Hobart, yes. And you can see where the storms are going to just by looking at the power outage map. We got 1,000 people without power in Kiowa County, 202 in Greer County. That's a small county. That's almost half the county. But in Texas, we've got 40,000 out, and a lot of that's coming up here from Collingsworth and Donley counties. What are your thoughts on the individual cells northwest of the destructive part in Oklahoma? Northwest? Oh, yeah. Yeah, so those are kind of... we definitely need to watch those. There's going to be very strong wind gusts associated with those, and in fact, given the right circumstances, we might have to watch those for rotation on the surface. But those are pretty elevated right now, from what I can tell. It's going good. How are you doing? Looks like one of the more organized area of the line now, at least from what I can tell, is down here near Frederick, and we're starting to see some kinks. See what I'm talking about here? Some kinks in the line. My goodness, my lights just freaked out.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We do have a new tornado warning. Caddo County in Oklahoma has got a confirmed tornado warning. So now we're back to having a confirmed tornado on the ground. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, actually that tornado warning cut off my lights. I think you saw, maybe chat saw, it was a bit of orange and green in there. So I sent it right at the wrong time because I was going to talk about exactly that. I don't actually know how they radar confirmed this. It may have been a report in addition to a radar scan, but what I'm looking at is from Oklahoma City. I was about to talk about it. It's our bookend vortex. The northern part of the line is now turning into a concerning bookend vortex where you can literally imagine pushing your hand against that line of storms, and then on the northern side of it, it's going to rotate as that, it's essentially a fluid. It's going to rotate as it goes off to the north. So that's what we're seeing now, and that newest scan from Oklahoma City radar does tell us that it is definitely ramping up very quickly in Caddo County. So Albert and Binger, or I hope I said that right, along Highway 281 is our new area of concern. Also, in addition to that, I have the place files working now. I put them in stream text. We had to update the URL. So hopefully you can get that going.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Andy is watching the radar in the background and making sure he's pulling our attention to the right places, like this brand new tornado warning, which is really close to Oklahoma City. Once again, this is just south of Bridgeport. Albert, Binger, Lukaba, in Oklahoma. All of you guys are under a tornado warning, and you need to get to shelter right now. Let's see here. Let's try to paint this a little bit closer up for you. Right there is where the circulation is going to be. So the tornado is somewhere in this general vicinity, and it's really close to Three-Way Corner and Nowhere. That's what it's called. Nowhere, Oklahoma. North of Fort Cobb. That's somewhere in that area is where the tornado is. And it's moving up towards Coger. This is a confirmed tornado. Confirmed tornado just to the south and west of Oklahoma City. The destructive severe thunderstorm that's getting ready to move into Oklahoma City also has a tornado in it. Man, I'm seeing some videos of some hail too. Some very, very intense hail in some of these areas. Trying to find another angle of it as well. And we got a new tornado warning for Alfalfa and Grant County, Oklahoma.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So I'd be on the lookout in Gracemont, Anadarko, Spring Creek, and Verdon. Man, there's so many different, there's so many things happening. I don't know if you guys noticed the lights just freaking out behind me. Every time there's a considerable or destructive severe thunderstorm warning issued, they flash. So that latest tornado warning that was just issued is all the way up here in northern Oklahoma too. So let me get the radar up on that, and I'll show you what we're looking at. Okay, right there. You see the little punch out? You see that little kink once again? That's where we potentially have a tornado coming together right now. You can see the rotation coming together here. Waldron, Manchester, all the way over to Gibbon in northern Oklahoma. Take shelter now. This will probably continue to cause problems all the way up closer to Anthony and Caldwell as well in Kansas. So y'all get ready. That's gonna be a problem maker for a little while. And this is something that we have to watch for, guys, as we continue to watch the radar for the rest of the night. Little kinks. When the line gets kinky like that, we need to pay extra attention to what's going on there. because that's probably on. I would say that in the next couple of scans, we'll see some blue here on the correlation coefficient, because that is very quickly coming together right there. Back down towards Oklahoma City, where we do have that very strong, destructive, severe thunderstorm working into the area. We also have a tornado warning back here near Binger, confirmed tornado near Binger, Oklahoma, and that part of the system is moving up towards El Reno and Yukon. But also just generally Oklahoma City. What is there a game or something tonight at Peckham Center? Apparently there is. That's what I'm being told. Oklahoma City is there's a stadium full of people just now exiting as a damaging storm is entering the area with 80-mile-an-hour winds and a few tornadoes. So that's something. If you know anybody out there, make sure you let them know. That's going to definitely cause some problems here. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I think our northern tornado warning has managed to squeak out a small spin up. You can see the beginnings of some lowered correlation coefficient values just northwest of Amarita. What I'm looking at now is pretty surprising. You may remember I said probabilities were a little lower up here for a tornado to make it, but actually what I didn't see is that there's a sort of a pseudo warm front right on the border of Kansas and Oklahoma. So I believe this is latched onto that just barely, and it's producing what looks like a classic spin up there. So that is why that's managed to squeak through my radar. But now I see it. Now I'm on top of it. It makes sense to me. So Waldron and Manchester ahead of you, right on the border of Oklahoma, Kansas. This is ahead, or this is coming towards you rather. So you should be in your tornado safe spots. However, I don't think it's going to last very long. And I also think that areas just to the north, because we're on that pseudo warm front, I think that areas just to the north are going to have to worry about wind primarily. So Wichita, I'm still not concerned about the tornado threat as much for you.
Awesome. All right. Thank you, Andy. Looks like there was a tornado up there and just south of the Kansas border near Burlington and Amarita in Oklahoma. And it looks like a tornado, it might be trying to happen somewhere down here near Oklahoma City as well. No well, there is a confirmed warning near Binger, but we're still waiting on some new information to come in as to decide whether or not where we think that rotation is that's going to spark maybe a new warning here. There is something going on here near Gracemont. Once again, that's the kind of stuff that we're looking for in this situation. Like Andy said, we're looking at the bookend vortex. But there's a lot of different stuff going on here. There's a lot of swirliness up here on the top of this thing as it moves off. Usually there's one big area. This one, there's a lot of different areas that we're watching. I think that we could see something happen here near Gracemont, up towards Spring Creek and Union City. If it's not a tornado, then it very well could be just some incredibly strong damaging winds. But that's a pretty good signature for rotation right near Gracemont. So take shelter over here all the way up towards Spring Creek, because that's where that's going to be going next. And, of course, we are incredibly close now to the Oklahoma City area. Oh, there's a cyclone port out here as well. My goodness. Look at this. This is a live shot from
A new
just to the
tornado warning
south
has been
of
issued.
Oklahoma City. This is not a time lapse. Look at those low clouds just flying across the screen there.
A new
Wow.
tornado warning has been issued.
That is definitely an interesting sight. And look at how the temperature has just gradually increased here as this line of storms has approached, and the dew point as well. Okay, so we just got that new tornado warning there, and this does include Yukon. Okay, this includes the outskirts of Oklahoma City. Union City, Mustang, and Yukon are now under a tornado warning. Let's see here. This is Grady, Caddo, and Canadian County in Oklahoma. Tornado and quarter-size hail is possible here. And a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Gracemont, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So that was issued for the very area of rotation that we were talking about earlier. That's what they're watching. That's what we're watching. And now we've got the official warning to go along with it. Just got a new report into back here near Fort Cobb. 66 mile per hour wind gusts observed by a Mesonet site. So that's pretty much what we're going to expect here in Oklahoma City. Whether you get hit by a tornado or not, 60 mile an hour winds, maybe even higher, are going to be possible here over the next little bit. All right. We're going to go back and forth. We're going to go look at our northernmost warning as well one more time, because there's also a new tornado warning up here in Kansas that includes Rolla, Anthony, and Hawk. Look at that velocity. And it looked like there definitely was a tornado down for a moment. And it looks like it could happen again here soon. So that's why we want you guys to get in your shelter in Waldron and Manchester and Anthony in Oklahoma and Kansas. Okay, that's a strong storm. We're going to see that happen more often as this approaches areas just south of Wichita, including Arkansas City and Winfield. So you guys get ready for this. All right. All right. Let's see. All right, we're zoomed in on a train right now, but we do have our Oklahoma City camera ready to go here. Yeah, there's people in the chat talking about next week or the day 5. Yeah, we might talk about that some too towards the end of the stream. There's already some pretty rare stout wording in the SPC outlooks about it. I know that much. My head's literally been inside of a computer for the past couple of days, so I haven't got to look at a lot. Power's out in Lawton, Oklahoma. Is there a tornado threat in New York? No. Air traffic from across the country is being routed around the large line of precipitation, winds, and dangerous turbulence. That is kind of like right in the middle of our highway, isn't it? Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. Sorry, clicked the wrong one. Don't know if both of those lights went through, but I'm looking at a storm near Seymour, Texas, or Seymour. That's just south of the border, south of Vernon, Texas. You know where that is? It's rapidly ramped up in the last frame. It's got that dangly bit that you like to look at near Mabel. So that's going to head towards Dundee. I'm not sure about its tornado potential. I think we may have just had a rapid sort of inflow acceleration there, and that may not last nor produce a tornado. But if there is a tornado warning issued for Baylor and Archer counties in Texas, now you know why. So this storm, regardless of warning, is going to approach Archer City and Holiday south of Wichita Falls. So it's going to be pretty powerful when it gets there. So I would be taking shelter regardless of the warning.
Okay, thank you, Andy. Bringing our attention down here to Texas, which, by the way, this thing does go all the way down into Texas. Abilene, you guys are getting ready to get hit by some strong storms. 70-mile-an-hour winds possible towards Graham. And then, of course, all of these storms are rotating a little bit. I mean, you can just tell by looking on radar how they're interacting with the atmosphere. We've got one that looks a little bit more gnarly than others, and we're keeping an eye on it here. So get ready. And Olney and Megargel, tornado or not, that's going to be a nasty storm coming towards you. And those are actually packing a little bit more of a punch with hail as well, too. So Chickasha, Minko, Nineka, y'all are getting ready to get whacked here by a really, really strong line of storms. Let me show you. Yeah, and also this, like we've got these areas of rotation in here. Look, we had the new tornado warning issued for Gracemont, right? Spring Creek's included in that. That area of rotation looks like it's handed off now just to the south near Pocasset and Minko, okay? So there might be a new circulation forming here, and that is going to go towards Tuttle and Bridge Creek on the southern and southwestern side of Oklahoma. So make sure you guys are getting ready. This is not very far now. We're not very far away from a dangerous situation unfolding here on the western side of Oklahoma City. So please get in your ready spots, go over your plan, know what you're going to do when that warning comes through, because whether it's a destructive severe, a considerable severe, or a tornado warning, we want you to take shelter in this one and just wait for it to pass before you come out, and that's going to be better for everybody involved. Terry Ann, thank you so much for that. Kristen says, what does it look like for Cushing, Oklahoma? I have 4 kids and my 80-year-old mom. I need to get into shelter. Well, first of all, get into shelter despite what it looks like, despite what the radar looks like. If you feel like you need to get into shelter, do it. And you might have to at some point here over the next little bit, because that is you are in the path of this very dangerous storm. It'll be a couple hours or hour and a half or so, but it'll come. You got some time to prepare. Don't be scared. Be prepared, y'all. You're just now tuning in. We're watching a very dangerous storm move into the Oklahoma City area here, attached to a huge line of tornado and damaging wind producing storms.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Ryan, do you have a copy on this?
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I was just wanting to let you know we're in that warning polygon, Union City, Oklahoma. The sirens were going off just a second ago here, but they've stopped for, I have no idea why, but I was just giving you a heads up. That's where we are in that video feed.
Okay. So, by the way, vortex chasing, Zach and Frankie are in the video above Andy, and they are actually in the tornado warning near Union City, Oklahoma, just to the west of Oklahoma City. So we'll be able to see that happen here. I want to make guys, this is not going to be pretty, but I want to make this bigger just so we can see what's happening up there. And once again, that's Zach and Frankie there. And Brett Adair's in Weatherford, Oklahoma. He's come across a couple of areas of, looks like potential damage too. Sorry, y'all. I am just doing my thing here. Give me just a second.
In southwestern central Oklahoma. Inflow winds are just raging now. Coming right at me from this direction.
This other camera here, that is from Duncan, Oklahoma. So that's we've got two different angles here of the considerable or destructive severe. So we can keep an eye on it. So this is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Oklahoma City. Okay, you can see Zach and Frankie there from vortex chasing, driving through part of it.
Just from a gradient wind
really
perspective.
start to dive in here with the radar and show you what's going on here.
It's like being in a tropical storm.
It does look to me like, once again, our bookend vortex is going to try to make another swirl happen here.
How about that?
Somewhere around Union City, Mustang and Poughkeepsie. I think I'm saying that right. And Tuttle.
Shoot
all right?
that for a bit.
This might
These
be a
are
big
gradient
swirl. It might be a
winds
big
ahead of the
mezzo.
storm.
Something that's just going to end
These
up
aren't
causing a
even
lot of
convectively,
wind, which obviously is why we have that considerable severe
This is all
thunderstorm
gradient
warning.
winds in
But
front
this
of
could
the
also
storm,
end up becoming
just
something more
raging,
compact.
50 miles an hour
and maybe even
at times.
like a potential
it's
tornado
getting
situation.
worse.
So that's why we are watching this area so closely. We've been watching this storm approach Oklahoma City now for I couldn't tell you how long.
Run out of time and
now
we'll stay here.
It's right on the doorstep.
So
And actually, we got an 80-mile-per-hour wind gust.
Now that we're looking northwest again.
Out of Caddo County, Oklahoma.
All right,
so that's literally the same part of the storm that's getting ready to come through Oklahoma City right now.
I want to thank everybody for watching Texas Storm Chasers today and this evening.
Go ahead, Andy.
If you haven't subscribed, please do.
Yeah, Ryan, I think our new
really
mesocyclone handoff is about to happen here right in front of Zach and Frankie. So their webcam right here,
the lightning appreciates
their
it.
stream right here rather, is going to be of utmost importance in the next 30 to 60 seconds. I'm watching the there's a accelerated area of pocket winds right over Pawcasset. And that's going to feed northwest into our main rotation that is also ramping up at the same time as it approaches Minko along Highway 81. So we'll be watching Zach and Frankie's camera very intently right now.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Andy. And guys, sorry, I know I had some audio from one of the chaser cars rolling through. I turned that off. Sorry about that. We're doing our best here, y'all.
Has been issued.
We're literally, we've thrown this together. My computer exploded. We're getting through it though. Oh yeah, something's happening here. I really hope everybody in and around Minko, Tuttle, Mustang, and Bridge Creek are in their safe spots. That's going to be a nasty storm as it comes through. Last time I went storm chasing, this is exactly where I was. I was in Tuttle and Mustang. Kind of a similar situation. But this time seems actually a little bit more intense. Look at that lightning. Yeah, if you're just now tuning in, just to get you up to date on what's happening here, we do have a couple tornado warnings. Two of those are up here in northern Oklahoma, okay? And these have really good looking, I guess, if you're talking about, seeing tornadoes, signatures on them for tornadoes near Jet. So we might have a tornado forming near Jet and Nash, moving up towards Hawley, Gilbert, and then Clyde and Wakita in Oklahoma. That's happening right now. And then additionally, an even, honestly, a better looking signature for a potential tornado is coming together near a Gold Tree in Oklahoma, moving up towards Hillsdale. Tornado warning for y'all, okay? Make sure you are getting to your safe spot. We also have a tornado warning right up on the doorstep of Oklahoma City as a big rotating storm. The head of this line is getting ready to move right into the southern and southwestern part of the town. And Zach and Frankie are in the thick of it. And you can literally see here through their camera that this is a severe storm. Tornado or not, they're having to pull over here. And potentially they're either just assessing the situation, looking at radar, trying to figure out what they're going to do next. Or they might be trying to brace for some of these, but once again, maybe 80-mile-per-hour winds that are going to come through here at some point. You might see them point the car into the wind. Yeah, wow. Dangerous situation there. And once again, Zach and Frankie here are in right around Union City. So what you're seeing here is a live shot of exactly what the storm's going to look like as it enters the rest of Oklahoma City from the south and west. Okay, so next up in line to get conditions similar to this are going to be once again Tuttle, Mustang, Wheatland, Yukon, and then eventually right into the heart of downtown Oklahoma. My goodness. That is some pretty intense wind gusts in there. Look at that. Well, we got trash cans rolling across the road. I don't know. Was that a trash can? What was that? So yeah, this is part of the storm that's moving into Oklahoma City. We're not done with it though, because back there near Minko, this is a very interesting location that Zach is in right now, because on the back side of it here, we could see a tornado forming here. A really strong part of some of the higher wind gusts are moving up towards Tuttle and Mustang. So we're going to see two different angles of the storm here as Zach gets into some calmer winds here in just a second. Also, I'm going to try to show y'all a couple different. That wind is still gusting really high. I've got to get my place file manager set back up. I'm going to do that right now. Andy, do you have a couple words while I copy and paste that?
Yeah, Ryan, I got you. It should be in the stream text if that's what I put it in there at 9:23. So find that there. We're watching Zach and Frankie's cam still. They're back on the road. However, I think that they might be about to be hit by a sort of maybe a rear inflow jet. I don't really know what to call this, a pocket of accelerated winds, since it's a part of a book and vortex. But I think that they might see some just a brief moment of stronger winds as well, as this circulation attempts to spin up, but is falling apart around Minco. And I think we're going to see a continued pattern with this part of the storm, this northern edge of it that's going to track through Oklahoma City, as we get what looks like a concerning area of rotation, and then it'll sort of fall apart. And then just down the line to the east, it will do a sort of a handoff where our next concerning area of rotation wraps up. So we just had this one over Minco. It's now deteriorating. And the next one that looks concerning is now just west of Tuttle. So it's kind of doing like it's like a skip over. It's not a continuous tornado threat along a line, but rather something that's handing off and cycling constantly. So we're going to continue to see this as it heads up to Oklahoma City. That will also, with that in mind, that will also allow us to directly call out locations of concern with each new spin up that we see. So we'll be able to give you the most accurate and to the street information as we get towards the urban areas here.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much, Andy. And I do have my chaser indicators back on now, so I know exactly where Zach is. And like Andy said, it does look like our next area to watch is down here near Tuttle, which means that really our next area to watch is going to be right here along the path between Tuttle and Mustang and Wheatland. Okay. This is going to be where potentially this will come together and produce a spin-up tornado. And even without it, though, we are going to see those strong damaging winds. It looks like this storm is definitely kind of positioning itself in like a perfect way to deliver some of the stronger winds to the Oklahoma City area. Watch how this is kind of bowing out. You can kind of see how the storm... there's lots of cold air pulling up behind the storm here. This is going to kind of continue to fan out, and definitely some strong winds will be felt all across the Oklahoma City metro over the next hour or so. And I think, yeah, so the tornado warning is going to continue for Grady and Canadian County, Oklahoma. And I do want to check on these up here to the north as well, near Hillsdale. Still a very interesting area of rotation here. Potential tornado near Goldtree, moving towards Hillsdale. And another really interesting area of rotation back here to the south of Hawley in northern Oklahoma. This one might get a new tornado warning here very soon, if it hasn't already. That'll be for Gilbert, Medford, and Jefferson in northern Oklahoma. So we've got two big areas of interest. Obviously, these storms up here approaching Wichita are of concern. We're watching this very closely for you guys, and if we need to like pull our attention up here, we absolutely will. But beyond that, we're watching these storms with the tornadoes between Cherokee and Ponca City in northern Oklahoma. And then another big area of focus is obviously Oklahoma City, as some incredibly strong winds are getting ready to rush through. And then farther south, we've just got like a really strong line of storms down here. If you see some of the lightning above Andy's head, that's all coming from this storm down here near Walters and Duncan in southern Oklahoma. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Brian, I'm also watching a new area of interest as this approaches our urban corridor down to the south of the tornado warning that we were watching just to east of Chickasha. That's going to head towards Dibble. There, I think this is on the tail end of our, so like a sort of a tail end Charlie, I guess, of our little line here. Kind of looks like a seahorse. Sorry, that was just an observation. But this tail end here is starting to wrap up some tight rotation as it heads towards Dibble and Cole. And then that'll approach the Goldsby and Noble area just to the south of Norman, I imagine. So we're going to have to watch both the northern and southern ends of this powerful line, dynamically driven, very unique circumstance here, watching both the north and south part. So that's something I'm noting. We'll switch back and forth as we need to, as the radar tells us what's going on.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andy. Yeah, look at it. We're watching this. And we're watching this up here. If we go to the velocity, you can see that the really strong wind gusts are punching up here towards Mustang. Got a little bit of rotation up here still between Tuttle and Mustang. And then really quite a bit more interesting as far as rotation goes, just to the east of Chickasha. We're seeing this come together down here near Dibble. So I would definitely be watching out in Dibble, heads up in Cole and Washington as well, as there's no tornado warning down here, but there might be one soon. Chickasha, speaking of y'all, train spotter reported a 71-mile-per-hour wind gust not too long ago, and we're gonna continue to see that and more as we go forward. Let's see, trying to see some of these other reports that are coming in. 70 miles, really, like, we're definitely trending up. For a while there, I think a lot of our max gusts, or our average was like 55 to 65. Now it's definitely looking like 65 to 75 or so. Even down here as far south as into Wichita Falls, where we just got a 65-mile-an-hour wind gust report. So this thing is just widespread. It's causing all kinds of problems in the form of damaging winds and, of course, embedded tornadoes. Wichita, I see a lot of people in the chat are from Wichita. I know it's storming. It's raining pretty hard right now. But the line, the more intense part of the storm, I guess, is still probably 45 minutes away or so. So we'll keep you updated on what's going on down there. And speaking of Wichita, just to your south in northern Oklahoma, we just got a new tornado warning. And that's exactly for that area of rotation that we were talking about earlier near Hawley that looked concerning. And this one looks really concerning, as this will probably produce another brief tornado here near Jefferson. So if you're in Jefferson or Medford in northern Oklahoma, please take shelter immediately. That's going to be, once again, these kinks. See them? That's what we're looking at. That's what we're looking for when we're trying to figure out what's happening here, and that's where the rotation is. Oklahoma City, it's right on your doorstep. The heavy rain, the wind, the lightning, more so on the southern side of town, I think, but all through the city. It's about to come through right now. If you haven't already, get ready for at least 60 to 70 mile per hour winds and maybe even 1 inch in diameter hail. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan. I just like I was talking about those mezzo handoffs as we go into Oklahoma City. The one that's just to the west of Mustang now is the dominant one, and I think it's produced a brief spin up that may have kicked up some dust. It's continued now for about 3 or 4 minutes. I refrained from calling it out first because our values don't meet thresholds, but now they do. Now they do, as of the latest radar scan. So just west of Mustang, headed up towards Yukon, Oklahoma, is on the ground currently, and we will continue to see this trend with each new established mesocyclone on the leading edge of this line. So the next one may take form east of Mustang and pass over Interstate 44 as it heads to our urban corridor. So there you go. This may be upgraded to a confirmed warning briefly by the National Weather Service as a result of this radar return. So that's what we're looking at now.
Okay, thank you, Andy. Guys, we've got a tornado down, it seems, just to the west of Mustang, Oklahoma, and just to the south of Yukon, you can see what looked like possibly some debris here. One more frame, okay, maybe. And you go one more, and it's like, okay, yeah, that's what we're looking at. And then you compare that with the velocity. We do have a pretty good couplet of rotation here. So we really need to be in our safe spots in Mustang and Yukon and Bethany as this storm continues to move up to the north and to the east. This is getting, it's getting dangerously close to some pretty populated areas. In fact, where it is right now, it is pretty much the last place it will be before it's just in strictly residential zoned cul-de-sacs, the whole 9 yards. So if you live anywhere near along I-40, between Yukon down through Highway 4 and then 152, you're kind of in the hot spot right now for potential tornadoes. So just know that that's happening and brace for impact. Take shelter immediately. Remember, these things are small. Whenever we talk about tornadoes in this context especially, they are small. They're powerful. They're dangerous. Obviously, they're deadly. But not everybody in Oklahoma City is going to get hit by a tornado tonight. But I do believe there will be some communities that get, pretty severely impacted by these spin-ups as it treks across the city. So everybody needs to be hyper vigilant. Oh yeah, yeah. This one picked up a pretty good amount of debris here, just west of Mustang. Now, comparing that back to the velocity, it does look like that has since tried to lift. So once again, these are all going to be brief. That's why we have to really pay attention here to the radar. Right here to the south and east of Mustang now, that's your newest one. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, also keeping tabs up north and south. To our north, there is an unwarned tight circulation just to the southeast of Ames and south of Lahoma. So that's going to head towards Hennessy and Wacomis, south of Enid. So I know there were some people in chat from Enid, Oklahoma. That's headed toward your direction. It might go just to the south of you along Highway 81 there. And if you get a warning for that, don't be surprised. So Garfield County and I'm looking out for you right now. Would get in your tornado safe spots. Y'all watch out.
Thank you, Andy. Also going to check in on these other tornado warnings. The storm has passed you now in Hillsdale, or at least the rotating part of it. Now that's moving up towards Pond Creek. And then the other tornado warning for Medford, this one still looks very concerning. It is trying to produce a tornado near Jefferson. Take shelter now up here in northern Oklahoma. Back down to the south real quick as we watch our very dangerous storm approach Oklahoma City. There's all kinds of little areas that are trying to rotate. The most recent one that might be trying to produce here is going to be right here near Wheatland. So there could be a tornado trying to form right now in Wheatland. You got to take shelter. And then beyond that, we might see another one down here near Valley Brook. Okay, this part of the storm is where we are watching for the tornado genesis, okay? And then also, we do have to watch a little bit farther to the south as well because kind of the head of this storm is becoming more apparent. If we see this part down here between Blanchard and Cole start to wrap up and curl around a little bit, I'm really concerned about Norman, Goldsby, and Noble in Oklahoma as well. Sorry, got distracted by stuff on the Twitter. Just trying to find out what's going on out here as far as damage reports and stuff goes. Honestly, not seeing a lot of video content or pictures.
A new
really.
tornado warning has been issued.
But definitely a lot of just textual reports coming in of damaging winds all throughout Oklahoma. Yeah, that's every frame. That looks a little bit more concerning out here near Cole and Goldsby. And then we just got a new confirmed warning here.
A new tornado warning
Canadian
has been
County,
issued.
Cleveland County, and Oklahoma County, Oklahoma. You are now under a confirmed tornado warning, and that includes Oklahoma City. Yep. Let me read you the text on this. A tornado-producing storm was located over southwestern Oklahoma City or near Mustang, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. This is a radar-confirmed tornado. So you guys heard that. We have a confirmed tornado down in Oklahoma City on the southwestern side, okay? It's right near Wheatland right now. It just crossed over Highway 152. It's going to head up towards I-40, and here's what's going to happen, okay? That tornado, it's probably not going to make it much farther than I-40, but there will be another one. Okay, there will likely be another one that pops up somewhere right down and through here, and then probably actually is going to go right through the heart of the city, more towards like Southwest Grand Boulevard, Crosstown Expressway, all the way through the Oklahoma River there. So keep that in mind. There is a tornado in Oklahoma City right now. Honestly, everybody in the polygon, everybody in this whole city,
A new tornado
should be
warning has
taking
been
shelter
issued.
right now, because there's going to be more tornadoes that drop out of this storm as it goes across the city. You want to get into the most interior room of your home, put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Bring your phone, bring a tablet. If you lose power, a lot of times you're going to keep cell service. Make sure you have some way of getting information, getting a hold of people. And just hunker down in there, and we'll let you know whenever it's time to come out. All right, let's check up on our storms to the north as well, because we've got a lot of stuff going on up here. Let's see. This storm near Medford looks more and more concerning. Take shelter in Medford. And then we've got that new tornado warning for Wacomas, Fairmont, and Garber counties in Oklahoma as well. Then we've got a brand new observed tornado warning, another one that was just issued for Richland and Piedmont in Oklahoma. That's going to be for Canadian and Oklahoma County as well. So the entire Oklahoma City area, from Yukon to Piedmont, the Village, Edmond, Arcadia, Bethany, downtown Oklahoma City, you are all under a tornado warning as this extremely dangerous storm is just now making its way into the city. Wow. Also,
a new tornado
Nick
warning
Gorman,
has
one
been
of the
issued.
storm chasers that we work with, is saying that there's a semi-truck flipped on I-40 near Weatherford. And I'm getting a lot of tweets from people saying that they see power flashes. I don't know. Definitely, you could be, but I don't have any confirmed I don't have anything. I don't have any video to show you or anything like that. The fact of the matter is, though, is we do have a confirmed tornado warning for the Oklahoma City area, and everybody needs to be getting to shelter now, not taking pictures and videos outside. Oh, listen to this. You guys hear this? You can actually hear the sirens right now on the virtual RAILFAN feed. So that's audio from our virtual RAILFAN, and this is in Oklahoma City. You can hear the tornado sirens going off. All right. And we've got a new tornado warning here. This one includes Norman, Oklahoma. Literally, the whole Oklahoma City area is under a tornado warning right now. Norman, you're under a tornado warning. Stella, Franklin, and Woods, all of you guys are under tornado warnings now. Take shelter immediately. And I see there's 120 of y'all in the Radar Omega app watching this with me right now. There's a feed right here near Norman. This is a mess. So if you're just now tuning in, we have 3 tornado warnings out here. Let me read those off to you. Well, I'm sorry. We have 6 tornado warnings. We have 3 in the Oklahoma City vicinity alone. So we've got a new tornado warning for Canadian, Cleveland, and Oklahoma counties in Oklahoma. We have a Canadian and Oklahoma County under another tornado warning. We have Cleveland, McLean, and Oklahoma County under a different tornado warning. And then also up north, we do have Grant, Garfield, Kingfisher, and Kay counties in Oklahoma under tornado warnings as well. Okay? And I think because everything got screwed up today, I did forget to put a Radar Omega link in the description, but hopefully our mods can just blast it in the chat if you guys want it. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, my most immediate concern, you can kind of see this from the terminal radar, Oklahoma City, but I have the Doppler 1 or Build 12 recombined here. It's right next to Norman, and it's a full Doppler here, and it's showing what I see are 2 pockets of a very strong inflow or inbound winds that are headed into this mesocyclone just to the north of Goldsby. So if they combine and manage to drop something as it passes over Highway 77 in between Noble and Norman, that's my most immediate concern right now.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Andy. We're going to be watching that very closely. And of course, we're going to continue to keep you updated on what's going on out here near Norman, Oklahoma, where it does look like a tornado is trying to form right now, if it hasn't formed already, guys. Look at that. You can very clearly see the classic supercell shape here. This is literally right over top of Norman, Oklahoma. And then we also have ongoing tornado warnings for Piedmont, the Village, all through Oklahoma City into Spencer and Edmond and Arcadia as well. And I wouldn't doubt if the Weather Service went ahead and issued another tornado warning that included Midwest City and just filled in this gap because I mean, there's definitely some rotation right in here, too, where another tornado could potentially form. The most concerning look to any of these storms definitely is down here in Norman, though, from what I can tell right now. I don't want to leave you guys out. Just a little bit farther to the north, we do have a tornado warning for Wacomas and Covington, Pond Creek, Lamont, and Medford as well. We'll get back to you. But I think it's important we kind of zoom in on this area down here between Noble and Norman because something is trying to happen down here, and we want to make sure people in Denver and Franklin know about it because it's coming for you next. Dang, that is a strong storm. You can very clearly see the supercell shape here. If there's a tornado coming down right now, it's literally in the southeastern side of Norman, moving up towards Hall Park and Franklin. And then you can see through this camera here that up just in the severe part of the storm, things are crazy as well. 42-mile-an-hour wind gusts.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, wow. If you're just now tuning in, we do have 7 tornado warnings right now. We've got 5 radar-indicated warnings and 2 confirmed tornadoes, all in and around the Oklahoma City area. We've got a couple just a little bit to the north as well. And what you see on the screen, the vortex chasing down there on the bottom right, these are storm chasers, Zach and Frankie, who are pretty much in Oklahoma City. They're in southern Oklahoma City right now, just behind the main storm. They're trying to catch up with it. Yeah, if we've got a tornado, it's right in here, somewhere near Norman. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, unbelievable latest scan there. And I see 4 pixels of a correlation coefficient, lower values. That's good enough to me to tell you that this tornado is definitely on the ground right after it passed Highway 77. And sure enough, on the next scan, we've got a larger area. I also saw from a Storm Prediction Center meteorologist that the National Weather Center has lost power. So this passed just to the south of the National Weather Center, where the Storm Prediction Center is, and where National Weather Service Norman is, all in that area now are out of power. Hopefully they've got generators going there as this tornado is on the ground.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Andy. Guys, you heard it there from Andy. There is a tornado on the ground here in Norman. All right. It's moving up towards Frost Creek, Hall Park, and Denver right now. The the Weather Center has lost power. Probably lots of other people in and around Noble and Norman have lost power as well. As this tornado is ripping up debris as it moves across Highway 9. It's going to go up towards Alameda Street. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. And then towards East Robinson Street between Frost Creek and Denver. Okay. Please take shelter. If you haven't already, guys, this is an extremely dangerous storm. And this is, unlike some of the other ones that we've seen today, this one might actually last a couple minutes longer just because of just the huge size of this storm and the overall dynamics that are forcing this to happen. So, yeah, that's what we're looking at there. Unfortunate situation, as it looks like a tornado is currently impacting a populated area. The good news is if you're in western Oklahoma City, back here towards Bethany, the Village, Piedmont, Yukon, Richland, the storm has passed you guys. All right, the storm has passed you guys. Now we're kind of more concerned about Choctaw, Midwest City, Woods, and Stella as this moves off to the east. And then, of course, we're mostly concerned about the Norman area right now. That's why we're kind of focused in on that. I know we got a lot of people watching from a lot of different areas, but we have a big tornado on the ground right now in Norman, and it's coming up towards Denver right now. My goodness. It looks like it's going to ride that East Robinson Street and the Alameda Drive there between Denver and Norman, at least for the next little bit. Lots of residential stuff here. If I zoom in, you can see these little gray things. These are houses. You see the cul-de-sacs. This is a pretty populated housing development area here, so hopefully all those people are in their house or in their shelters, preferably underground. But if you can't get underground, always get into the most interior room of your home and put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Man, that's nasty. Sorry, guys. New computer, or old computer, I should say. Old problems. If you're just now tuning in, we have a big tornado here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Once again, what we always say here is don't be scared, be prepared. This is not an instance where you want to freak out and then not know what to do. This is tornado country out here in Oklahoma. This is the moment y'all have been preparing for a very long time. Okay, do what you've always been told to do. Get into your storm cellar. Hopefully you have one. Get underground if you can. And if you can't, an interior bathroom or a closet, whichever one has the least amount of glass. And potentially take a helmet with you. It sounds ridiculous, but the way you're going to get hurt in something like this isn't always, getting sucked up by the tornado or something like that. It's falling debris falling on your head. Protect your head at all costs. And right now, we do have, let me see here. Let me see the last update on, man, that is so nasty. Yeah, we still have new debris being flung up into the air between Franklin and Denver. And I tell you, the National Weather Service here, the radar site, I mean, this is like literally in the direct path of where the tornado is going. So obviously, the National Weather Service will be taking shelter here as well as the tornado gets dangerously close to the actual site. It's more than likely a pretty large tornado. Trying to see if I can see any news coming through. Remember, guys, tag me on Twitter if you see anything. I really hope everybody in East Norman is. I hope that. I mean, it's Norman, like hopefully these people were ready for that and in their safe spots. We've been talking about that storm, Andy and I, for 30 minutes or so before the warning was even put out there. So now I'm searching. Obviously, this is still an ongoing situation. It's very intense. I'm trying to see if anybody's saying anything out there. Okay. All right. Yeah. Definitely seeing a lot of videos of power flashes and stuff. Okay. So, guys, if you're in the path of this one, this includes Stella and Woods in Oklahoma. Please take this one seriously and take shelter now. This is not like the other ones that we've been watching today, where it's a brief little kind of, tornado that goes through and then it's over after 2 seconds. This one's a big one, and it's a deadly one. So please take shelter and do not waver until that warning is allowed to expire. And yeah, the big black hole there in the middle of the screen, that's where the weather service is. Yeah, lots of debris. Yeah, somebody mentioned that debris is showing up on radar. Yeah, we've seen it. It started getting picked up right here in East Norman, and it's just kind of gotten larger ever since. Yeah, huge hook on the storm. Classic supercell look, embedded in the line. Yeah, the HRRR did honestly a bang up job with kind of simulating how this line would play out. Okay, so the next couple of radar updates that we get are going to be kind of I don't want to say pointless, but they're going to be really obscured here because the closer we get to the radar site, obviously there's a lot of distortion. So I really don't even want to go down into the street level right now and worry about all that. I just want everybody in the path to be taken shelter. Look at that motion. Look at how fast that curled up. Unbelievable. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I just did want to relay that the National Weather Service is actually in Norman proper. The radar is not where the office is. So they just tweeted that they're safe. The employees, the meteorologists at National Weather Service Norman are safe and will continue to operate from their shelter quality office. So we've got that going on, but this tornado is definitely still doing damage and will probably cycle if it is not currently touching the ground at the moment as it passes towards McLeod and Dale. So I'm watching those areas, especially people who may be driving on I-40. It's very possible that local news stations or whoever they got information on has caused them to go out.
New
and
information.
Actually,
This tornado
cause traffic
warning
congestion.
has been upgraded.
So I really hope that's not happening as this approaches the interstate, but let it serve as a reminder to, have a plan in place and not scramble to the streets.
Absolutely. We just got a new confirmed tornado warning, by the way, for Canadian, Cleveland, and Oklahoma County in Oklahoma. And a lot of this is happening up here to the north as well. Obviously, we've got a dangerous, life-threatening situation unfolding here near Norman, now moving up towards Stella. We want everybody in those areas to run, not walk to shelter. But I've got to update you on what's going on up here in northern Oklahoma as well, because we've got a ton of tornado warnings up here. We've got a total of 5 right now. And Garber and Billings, you guys are under a tornado warning here. Lamont in Texas, you're getting ready to get hit by a very strong storm with very strong straight line damaging winds. You're under a tornado warning. Deer Creek, Bramman, and
Ryan,
Dilworth.
Zach, you have a second?
Yeah, that was Zach, Storm Chaser Zach. You can see his feed above Andy. Let's get back with him if I can find that button. Yeah, go ahead, Zach.
Just giving you a heads up, our feed is going to...
Our feed is going to... So Zach and Frankie, I think that... I hope that he can get back to me. Because I definitely want to hear what he had to say there. Because Zach and Frankie are incredibly close to the tornado. If it's still going on right now, Zach and Frankie are getting ready to literally core punch the very storm that's producing it. So I think that we need to, pull that up. I think we need to make Zach's camera bigger.
A new tornado warning.
Focus on that. We got another confirmed tornado warning for Lincoln, Oklahoma, and Pottawatomie counties in Oklahoma. All right, guys, I'm going to bring this back up pretty big here. We can keep an eye on it. else real quick. Sorry. All right. So the vortex chasing the little. Ooh. Oh, sorry. We froze up there for a second. The little camera thing that you see in the bottom right. That's Zach and Frankie. They are intercepting the tornado-warned storm just to the north and east of Norman, and we're going to watch them closely. And then above my head there, that's James McMullen. He's in Perry, Oklahoma, giving us a more distant shot of some of the intense lightning that's happening in these storms. Okay, so that newest tornado warning that was issued, the confirmed one, it does go all the way out for Shawnee, McLeod, Dale, Johnson, Meeker, Prague, and Sparks. All right, it's still, honestly, this thing's still too close to the radar to tell too much about it. But once again, thank goodness we've got Zach and Frankie on the bottom right of your screen there, giving us a live view of what this storm's going to look like. I don't know if you guys can see their marker or not, but that little blue dot there where it says Zach and Frankie, that's the live exact location of where they are right now. And they are dangerously close to where this tornado is. Honestly, we will probably see it here within the next couple of minutes if it's still on the ground. Maybe even like 1 minute or so. Sorry, I'm just trying to keep my eye on everything here so we're not missing anything. Wow. What a nasty little booger. Yeah, so that the part of the storm that would have a tornado in it is exactly what Zach and Frankie are getting ready to drive through. Now, I do want to take you back up here to the north just a little bit. I don't want to leave you guys out. I know we got a ton of people watching up here in Oklahoma, northern Oklahoma, near Enid. The storm has passed you guys now. There's a tornado warning for Garber and Billings. There's still one for Lamont, Blackwell, up there towards Braman and Dilworth in northern Oklahoma. The good news is a lot of these circulations have calmed down quite a bit. Okay, it's calmed down quite a bit. These warnings are still in effect. We want to stay in our safe spots, but I'm not seeing any huge, concerning signs of a new tornado genesis right now. That might change, but for now, that's at least some good news that I can relay to you. Back down here to the south, there's less good news. We still got a very strong storm here moving into Nuella. That if it's not producing a tornado right now, it definitely could again. Very soon.
A new tornado warning has
that's
been
why we've
issued.
got that confirmed tornado warning for McLeod, Clarks Heights, and Meeker. And by the way, Zach and Frankie here in the vortex chasing camera, they are inside. They are inside of the storm right now. How's it looking in there?
Lots of rain, man. Kind of hard to see. There's not a whole lot of lightning to illuminate anything. It looks like the circulation has died down a little bit from our vantage, but
Okay, so that was an update from...
well, let me correct that. I just got an updated scan. It looks like it's ticked back up some. We're on 40 trying to get east, Ryan. It's just hard to see.
Okay, so that was a storm chaser, Zach Hall. with Vortex chasing. Frankie's driving, I believe. And like he said, that last scan, it does look like there is another little divot here trying to pop up here between McLeod and Dale that might try to cause some more problems. Yeah, they're right in the middle of this. Like, they're like, if this thing's going to produce another tornado, like, there's no other place that to see it other than them, because they're right there underneath where it would happen. Wow. Yeah, so possible tornado did go through Norman, and it actually looked like it could have been pretty intense in the Oklahoma City suburbs. This was made possible just by this huge line of storms that we've been watching all day. We called out Oklahoma City and the surrounding areas like before the storms made it even into Oklahoma. And obviously the Storm Prediction Center and everybody else, like this was a hot spot. So I just hope everybody was prepared, because if that was down in those populated areas and it produced as much damage as what maybe it looks like it did, that probably could have caused some injuries and maybe even worse. Okay, so I'm just now hearing my first official reports of tornado damage to homes in East Norman. So we've got somebody officially saying that they're seeing it, damage to homes in Norman. Wow. Just an absolute monster of a storm there. I kind of can't stop watching its evolution. It's still going, by the way. This doesn't look to me like a dying storm. I think that this will continue to go a little while longer. We'll see what happens, but definitely something that we have to watch. As it obviously in Meeker and Prague, we've got to be in our safe spots. But even downstream towards Welty and Beggs and Muskogee, you guys got to watch out for that too. Right now, it looks like Tulsa. It looks like Tulsa. You might have lucked out here. There's two different lines of storms, and like you're kind of in the middle of them. Now that more northern one probably is going to build up, and I mean, you are going to get hit by a storm tonight in Tulsa. But let's just hope that you don't get the worst of it. Thanks to the split there. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I mentioned this earlier. That pseudo warm front that was on the Kansas-Oklahoma border has shifted north just a little bit. And you can see something pretty dang concerning near Rome, Kansas, to the south of Wellington. There's also that tornado warning that includes Wellington and the northern parts of Sumner County, including Cicero and Belle Plaine. That's for a much smaller rotation that's kind of on that bookend once again. So it's probably about to peter out, but we're seeing the same patterns as we did in Oklahoma City just a bit ago, happening up here with those handoffs occurring on the northern side. So this Rome, Kansas one that's about to, shift north into where it would have the best potential to spin is on its way, I think, and will be of imminent concern and possibly include a tornado warning very soon from National Weather Service Wichita.
Thank you, Andy. Speaking of Wichita, the western side of town right now is getting hammered by some really strong winds, some hail, and some heavy rain. The eastern side of town, in the next minute or so, you're going to get in on the same thing, maybe up to 70-mile-per-hour winds. Just to your south, though, there is a tornado warning that includes Belle Plaine. And I don't know if you guys were watching that velocity loop or not, but definitely something to watch out for right here. This is trying to become another one of those probably prolonged kind of storm sections that we have to watch as it moves off towards Douglas and maybe even Beaumont as we go into the future. Another area down here to watch, south and west of Oxford. Multiple tornado warnings still in effect out here in northern Oklahoma as well. It does look like the rotation in the northernmost storm has died down a lot, but there is a new area of interest near Garber in Oklahoma that is catching my eye as that also moves off to the east. Ponca City, Marland, and Red Rock, get ready. It's coming for you next. Now, back down here towards Oklahoma City, our big tornado producer is no longer producing a tornado, in my opinion. Now it's probably producing some very widespread damaging winds between Clarks Heights, Johnson, and Meeker. That's going to move off to the north and east, and it could potentially spark another tornado at any time. That's why we want you to stay in your safe spots. But outside of that, all the way over towards Henrietta, we've got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds, and that's getting dangerously close to the southern Tulsa area, that warning box there. Warning box also considerable severe for Wynwood, Springer, Sulphur, and Ada, Oklahoma, as this part of the line in Katy and Pauls Valley right now continues to trek off to the east. And how are we doing down in Texas? Well, our line is still there. It's broken in nature. It's not really as thick and as producing damaging winds as a little bit farther to the north. But just to the west of Fort Worth and Dallas, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for inch-in-diameter hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds moving towards Weatherford, Texas. So we might have to watch that as it moves into Dallas later tonight. Go ahead, Andy.
Actually, Ryan, I saw a few concerning messages in chat. If you're in the Norman area, do not go out and try to look at this damage. We need to reinforce that that is not something you should be going and doing. That is incredibly dangerous and obstructive to immediate first responders. So let's not do that, please, and thank you.
Yeah, great. Yeah, absolutely. There's plenty of people, like if pictures need to be taken, I mean, like they're going to be taken. We don't need any other people out there, especially on the roads. Just think, if there are, like, we've got damage to houses and stuff, if we've got the people trapped, I mean, who knows what's happening out there? Do you want to be another cog in the machine of, like, stopping up an ambulance or something for somebody to get help? So keep that in mind. The damage has been done. And I honestly, I think that our storm chaser, Brett Adair, is probably going to be giving us a pretty good view of that here in just a couple of minutes. And that's his job. So we'll let him do it, and we'll all stay home. Yeah, this is still packing incredibly strong, damaging winds near Clarks Heights. I'm seeing some people claiming that they still see power flashes and stuff. I 100% believe it, and it's just coming from the huge gust of winds that's coming through here, and possibly even more spin-up tornadoes. What is this? Nearly 41,000 power outages are now being reported by Oklahoma's 3 largest electric utilities as of 9:30 p.m. By the numbers, electric co-ops. Okay, so yeah, there's a lot of people without power now in and around Oklahoma City. Kansas. Yeah, let's look at Kansas again. Sorry, guys. I'm trying my best here. Wichita, I know we got a lot of people watching in Wichita. This is what the line of storms looks like that's coming across you right now. No, I don't see any tornadic signs here. Just really strong winds. This is potentially producing 70-mile-per-hour winds as it moves through Wichita. It's going a little bit slower than the storms to the south, so it's going to last a little while longer for you all. But just hunker down, stay away from windows, take shelter. If I would take shelter like as if it was a tornado, especially a little bit farther to the east as we get into Lakeside Acres, Benton, Towanda, and Rose Hill. And then that tornado warning to the south of Wichita, that still looks really concerning there. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, we do have another spin up from our east of Oklahoma City cell here. You can see it on the correlation coefficient. We do have a tornado debris signature just west of Johnson and due south of Meeker. So that is on the ground now. News 9 did have a confirmation of that via power flash, and they say it might have went over a mall in this area. So doing damage if you're north of Johnson and southeast of Meeker. That is the area of imminent concern.
Okay, sounds good. Zach and Frankie are right next to that, by the way. Zach, looks like there's a tornado just to your north. I don't know if you're seeing anything or not, but News 9 thinks it might have hit a mall or something, and the correlation coefficient just keeps getting bigger. All right. Let's see. Yeah, so that's just right next to Meeker. That's your damage area. That's where the debris is being felt. I'm sorry, seen.
Just making sure I heard you right. They're stating that it hit, I'm guessing this is going to be the Shawnee Mall, because we just passed that region. I'm pretty sure we can turn around if we need to.
I don't know if that's needed yet. I'll let you know. I don't know the extent of what any sort of damage looks like, but I think News 9 either had a chopper or a chaser or somebody that could confirm that it was in and around that area, and it was pretty close to where you were at the time. But if I hear anything else about that, I'll let you know.
Ryan, I have a video on my Twitter of power flashes like 3 or 4 minutes ago. I'm wondering if the tornado crossed right next to us and if that was the same thing associated.
I wouldn't be surprised because it started lifting debris like right over the road and right around the time that you were there. So.
Okay, well, just let us know on the mall situation. We're east of that area now, trying to catch back up.
All right, y'all. So that's where your tornado is. Once again, just south of Meeker, Oklahoma. Unfortunately, a really big CC drop again, a tornado debris signature. If you're new here, what we're looking at is blue shows us things in the air that shouldn't be there. In this case, it's debris, pieces of houses potentially being sucked up by the tornado, put up into the air, and that just shows up as blue on this map for us, and that can kind of tell us where the tornado might be. So if it continues on the same path, it is going to move towards East Meeker, and then between Meeker and Prague on Highway 62 within the next couple of minutes, and then up towards Payson and Wilzetta and Arlington. So please, y'all, please take shelter now. This is a dangerous situation. Oh, and we do have some imagery now to show at least some of the damage.
Ryan, we're going to turn around and go back and just check that damage south of Meeker, north of Shawnee.
Okay, sounds good. Here's some of the tornado damage
tornado
near
warning has been issued.
Norman. Huge trees. Like this is big time vegetation damage here. This is the kind of stuff that you really hope you don't go down the road any further and find a house, because that can definitely cause major damage to structures. This is Alex. Alex on Twitter. Thanks for sending that in. Yeah, and that's a very dangerous situation to be in. Obviously, never touch any, like, don't try to walk around. Don't go outside in an area where there's down trees or power lines and stuff like that. That's just a disaster waiting to happen. By the way, new tornado warning back here for this really interesting area of rotation back towards Paul's Valley. So now we've got a tornado warning for Stratford, Kanawha, Bing, and Sasakwa, I think, in Oklahoma. And they are just blanketing the whole state now pretty much in these destructive severe, considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. This goes all the way out to McAllister, and then this one goes all the way out to a little bit past Mill Creek to the south there. So the tornado that was near Meeker, I do believe that one has lifted. So that's good news, but we still want you in your safe spot in Sparks just in case it decides to come back down. Same thing for you in Prague. We've seen it happen. This thing has produced, I mean, I don't know how many tornadoes we've seen today from this thing. It's not going to stop right now either. Sasakwa. Gotcha. Miller says, I got fully dressed with shoes on just in case. That's a brilliant idea. I always recommend that you do that. If you're in the path of these storms today, if you do end up under a tornado warning, and let's say that you get hit by a tornado and you've got damage, that is going to be hard to overcome in your pajamas. If you've got to get out of your safe spot, walk through the living room, and there's nails, glass in the floor, or whatever. And sometimes you have to evacuate. Maybe there's a small fire. Maybe there's a gas leak. Maybe something else is happening there that is going to have to get you to get out of your house in a hurry. You're going to want to have shoes on. You're going to want to be dressed to go out in the rain, maybe, and just keep all that in mind and just be ready for it. And you won't be scared, but rather prepared. You are here. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, it looks like that tornado that went just past Meeker was probably pretty significant because it obviously picked up a lot of debris. but the resulting debris cloud or the debris field up here is pretty large, I guess, compared to some of the other ones that we've seen today. It's probably going to start raining debris and sparks and Davenport here before too long. This storm down here has just got a freaky look to it. As that vortex on the book end of this chunk of the storm here is rotating, not tightly enough to really like cause a whole lot of concern just yet, but definitely it's going to be able to drop a tornado anywhere between Byers, Strafford Center, Bing, and Sisalka. We did get a 77 mile per hour wind gust report out of Velma. Is that a hook? Essentially, it is, yeah. Like we've pointed out many times before, the way to think about this is imagine you've got your hand like this on the side of this storm, or like imagine it's in a tub of water or a bathtub, a pool or something. You've got your hand half in, half out, right on the surface, and you wave it across. What happens at the tip of your hand? You can watch it happen. Go put your hand in some water. It'll happen right now. The little whirlpool back there. And something similar is happening in the atmosphere down here. And that could end up producing some more swirly things as we go forward. This thing is just not going to give up. There's another pretty concerning area of rotation trying to ramp back up here near Prague now in Oklahoma. That might do the thing. So if I'm in Boley, Welty, or any of these places near Prague in Oklahoma, I am taking shelter immediately. Yeah, I'm seeing some photos of the damage. I'm seeing a lot of vegetation damage. I'm not seeing a lot of residential damage yet, which is good, but also we just might not be able to see it yet. Aaron J. Jack says power lines are down, the power's out, and some damage is on the southeastern side of Norman, Oklahoma, after a tornado moved through the area moments ago. All I see in his video is just a bunch of flashing lights, so I don't know. I don't know the extent of the damage just yet. We are going to keep you posted on that, I promise. And Zach and Frankie are back here between Meeker and Johnson, where that tornado just hit. And yikes. Was that a wreck or was that I don't know what that was. So Zach is just about to be in the path of where I think that tornado was doing some pretty significant damage. Braden, somebody from Norman, tweeted at me and said, just stay out of South Norman right now. Complete chaos down here. No more people, please. So, obviously there's a lot of things happening down there. Damaged tourism doesn't need to be another one. Insulation everywhere, it appears, in southeastern Norman. Oh wow! Oh my! It looks like it snowed almost in this area. I'm gonna retweet this picture. I can't show it because the computer ordeal, but go look at that. Colin Welty posted that, and there's a definitely some pretty significant damage in this area.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We've got a new confirmed tornado warning now for Lincoln County, Oklahoma. And that's going to include Davenport and Stroud. And it seems like maybe the same tornado that went just to the south of Meeker might still be down. And that's why they've issued that there. Look at that. Could be producing new damage here. So get to shelter in Stroud, Oklahoma. Go ahead, Andy.
No, Ryan, I think that's a clear air return, so it's not happening where a tornado would be occurring. I think that is just an extension for the previous rotation, but the more concerning one is down here near Prague and Paden or Padden, as you've been noting.
Yeah.
It's definitely ramping up more and more now, so this is the one we have to watch. We've got that preemptive tornado warning for Stroud and Davenport up there, so that residents are still in shelter, but I do think that there is not anything on the ground that we could see on radar.
All right. Yeah. So if I'm in Stroud, I'm definitely staying in my safe spot. And just looking for an explanation as to why we've got that new warning polygon there. And then we've got another new one, and the explanation for it is exactly what we've been talking about for a while, is the concerning rotation down here near Paden. So this is the same storm that produced our tornado near Norman, still rotating enough to potentially produce another one here near, once again, Padden or Paden, Boley, and Welty in Oklahoma. Take shelter now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And that's a radar indicated warning there for that most recent one. Let's go up here to Kansas. Let's update you guys. Wichita, the storm has passed you. The storm has passed Wichita, but there is a tornadic circulation now just to the east of Wichita near Augusta. Okay, so if you are anywhere between Salter, Haverhill, Augusta, or Venora, south of El Dorado in Kansas, please take shelter. This is another one of those kinks we've been talking about that's going to try to produce a tornado here. A little spin up. Things like this can happen along this line too. I'd watch out and rock. There's no warning for you, but definitely watch out for maybe a potential tornado trying to form up there. It could just be a little blip. Arkansas City, you guys are getting hit by a big storm right now with an area of rotation to your south. I'd watch out in Silverdale, Kansas, for what might come out of that. And then, of course, we have our continued tornado warning for Ponca City in Oklahoma. And this one, the rotation really has calmed down a little bit on it, but it could ramp right back up. Skipping down to the south a little bit, Dallas. A lot of people are asking about Fort Worth and Dallas. We've got some strong storms out to your west. It's still going to be a little while before they get to you, and we'll see. We'll see what happens, but I'm not sure exactly what they'll look like by the time they get there. Definitely, if they maintain the strength that they've got now, some very strong gusty winds and large hail, it's going to be possible. But they might try to wind down a little bit. Big time winds getting ready to go through Ada, Oklahoma. And yeah. What about Illinois? Y'all are fine for now. What is this storm going to do tomorrow? We might take a look at that here soon. It depends on what happens with these storms, if they start to ramp up or... Oh, I can actually... Oop, not that. I can do this. I can do this. Look at the future radar in Radar Omega, HRRR. And just kind of get a brief idea here. Guys, I'm sorry. I know I'm yawning and stuff. I'm not disinterested. I'm just working on a very, very limited amount of sleep. Wow. Definitely going to be some strong winds all the way through St. Louis into Indianapolis and Chicago tomorrow. I don't know if it'll be severe, but yeah, that's going to be interesting. There is a big slight risk of severe weather tomorrow. In Springfield, Indianapolis, Fort Wayne, Cincinnati. 10 million people included in that. So, Yeah, we'll check. We'll talk about that whenever we don't have 5 tornado warnings. Videos are starting to emerge of power lines and building damage in Norman. I haven't seen anything like devastating yet, which is great. But there are some things that are a little bit worse than others. I don't know what this is, but that's some damage that's coming out of Norman there. Okay. There's some more. There's some more concerning looking ones coming out of Norman now, actually. Looks like pretty significant damage. I'm going to hold on that, and I'm going to update you on the radar. Yeah, obviously there's a lot of debris. So the tornado warning down here for Vamusa and Kanawha, definitely still some rotation here. I want to keep you in your safe spots. However, the storm up to the north here that was looking a little raunchy not too long ago near Midway and Boley.
A new tornado warning
looks a
has
little
been
bit
issued.
less raunchy now, I guess. It's still definitely dangerous, still some rotation in there. We want to stay in our safe spots all the way out to Slick and Edna, but let's hope for the best here and hope that continues to kind of hopefully wind down a little bit as far as the rotation goes. Same thing for the storm that's going through Ponca City right now. Not much rotation left in it. Really, the hardest rotating storm, I guess you can say, is up here near Augusta, Kansas. We might have a tornado trying to come together right now, just south and west of El Dorado. So make sure y'all are in your safe spots up here. Yeah, I appreciate y'all. There's so many people on Twitter right now sending me stuff, tagging me and stuff, at Ryan Hall y'all on Twitter. Please make sure you tag the National Weather Service as well if it's something that you think they haven't seen yet or if it's an original report from you. Oh, so Zach and Frankie are encountering some damage. Look at that. Zach and Frankie are in the tornado damage path now. Let's ask him. Hey guys, what are you seeing out there? Here's a damage or a video from Frankie Shepard showing some damage along Highway 18 north of Shawnee, Oklahoma. Look at the trucks flipped over here.
Ryan, I think we found the path, maybe even the starting path of the Shawnee tornado. We're just northwest of town here, in just a rural area.
Yeah, I agree. You guys see where they are? That little marker, that's where Zach and Frankie are right now. That's the first indication of debris. So, yeah. Man, that's a big uprooted tree right there. It took some force to do that. We still have several tornado warnings out here, so I'm going to go back through them one by one. Ada, Oklahoma, Gertie, Calvin, and Stewart, Oklahoma are under tornado warnings here. Honestly, this storm, if I look at the velocity, I don't see a whole lot of signs of potential tornadoes. What I do see is the sign of a very strong start of a huge bow echo here. Big time hail to the south near East Jesse and Stonewall. That's getting ready to come in. And then very strong winds into Steedman and JD. Also, there's a tornado warning for Vamusa. That rotation has calmed down a lot, but stay in your safe spot until the warning's over anyways. The warning same story for the warning up here for Edna and Newby in north of Okema in Oklahoma. That one is really, it's calmed down a lot as far as the rotation goes. And the same can be said for the one up here near Ponca City. Still a very strong storm with 60 to 70 mile per hour winds though. Still watching this one up here near Augusta, Kansas as well. We're getting ready to get in on the big time winds in El Dorado in Kansas, but the tornado threat is going down a little bit, which is great news. And this is live crisis intel on Twitter with some of the most, definitely the most intense damage photos that we've seen from Norman. Live crisis intel. Yeah, there's a whole lot of video on Twitter now. I'm trying to retweet as much of it as possible. At Ryan Hall, y'all on Twitter. You are here. Thank you for the incredibly generous $50 super chat. And TW Chasing, thank you for becoming an extreme risker. Y'all are you're killing it today with the support. Thank you so much. Couldn't do it without you. Literally, we have to get a new. We'll probably have to spend 10 grand on a PC to replace the one that we had. And it was brand new. Oh yeah. There's imagery coming from Aaron J. Jack that I just retweeted on Twitter as well. That shows some some really intense. I'm sorry. Damage there. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, we are doing live severe weather coverage of this extremely powerful storm that's been working its way across Oklahoma. I believe it's trying to wind down a little bit. And in doing so, I'm running on 40 hours of being awake with only 3 hours of sleep in the middle after my computer exploded. And I've been trying to fix it. So I am starting to mix up my words a little bit. But we are going to stay with you here, at least for a little while longer as we watch these storms go through Tulsa. Once again, I mentioned earlier in the stream that it looked like Tulsa was maybe going to dodge a bullet as the line is kind of split up a little bit. Maybe that's what's happening here, but definitely still some strong winds are moving through right now. Oh, Zach and Frankie have downed lines in front of them. Dang. Phew. That makes me nervous just seeing them that close to that. They're obviously probably dead, but whew, that's nuts. I'm late. How did his computer explode? It looks like your weather guy here is just it has too much stuff. I don't know for sure, but I think that my power supply just wasn't able to keep up with the 15 capture cards and graphics cards and 80 monitors and who knows how many other USB auxiliary devices and all that stuff. So we're going to have to build like a really high end, like production level computer to keep that from happening again. No. I don't think we need it. I haven't seen anything. Yeah. Wow, that will be yeah. Well, it was costly setting up the system, and now it's not all useless. Like all the components of the PC, a lot of them still work. I just want to start from scratch and salvage the other parts and maybe use them for other team members. It's been exhausting though. The PC I have now weighs 100 and something pounds, and I've packed it across the house like multiple times because I've had to take it into the kitchen to work on it. That's because the island in here is like the biggest like flat surface that I have that's not already covered in monitors. And just always there was something I forgot to do, packing it back and forth, and replace the CPU, replace the cooling system, the motherboard, the RAM, the power supply. We got a better power supply, and something is still wrong with it. I think it's in the. Who knows? I don't know. I'm too tired to even thinking about it now. But this actually didn't. This wasn't as bad. Like this wasn't bad. Like if we ever need to do like emergency on the cuff live coverage, I think we got the job done here. It was just a little bit sloppier than usual. Do you guys agree? Was it all right? We do have 65,000 people without power now in Oklahoma, by the way. Did you try turning it off and back on? Chandra asked that earlier, like being 100% serious. Oh boy. We are down to 1 tornado warning, which is great news. We still got very strong winds getting ready to move into Colgate, Oklahoma, Henrietta, Broken Arrow, Muskogee. You guys are all under a severe thunderstorm warning for up to 70-mile-per-hour winds. That includes Tulsa. Those winds are coming through right now. Wichita, you're done. It's over for you. But now we've got strong storms approaching Eureka and Cedar Vale. These might make it up to Kansas City. Yeah, they'll probably make it up to Kansas City later tonight. 50, 60-mile-an-hour winds are possible as that line goes through. There is a cyclone port here in the Radar Omega app. Once again, hopefully we can get our mods to spam that in the chat. If anybody wants this Radar app that I'm using, you can get it there, iOS or Android. We love them. I forgot to put the link in the description. Because I've just been, I don't even know. I don't know how I am awake right now. This is one of my, like, Andy, you're a pro at this. You do long stretches with little to no sleep all the time. I don't handle it well. You got any tips for me?
Well, Ryan, I don't handle it well. That's a facade for sure. But what I will say is that after doing it ever so many times, getting my meteorology degree, it's that second wind you're looking forward to. That's what you keep going for. You push for the second wind, you get it, and then you ride it for as long as you can. And then That's about as good as you can do until you start micro sleeping. Then we're having problems.
Oh boy, that would be funny though. Like if I was just sitting here talking and then I stopped for like 5 seconds, and then like I started again, like I didn't even realize. Is anybody watching from Tulsa right now? Do we have what are the conditions looking like in Tulsa currently? Drink coffee. It would be nice to have some nader beans. We have a lot of it here. You could make Carly. You can make some. Yeah. Okay. Carly's gonna make me some nader beans coffee. Let's do the dark roast. Yeah.
Well, I hope you enjoy that, Ryan. And there's a lot of people in chat now who are claiming youth, and I want to let them know that you're only 3 years older than I am. So maybe there is a pretty large gap in the late 20s when you start to crash. But that I don't know. Is that 3-year gap significant, or did you feel this way at 25 too?
I think that I'm 40. I think that's the big difference. I think I just age faster than you or something. I don't know. But no, it is true. Like I am, me and Andy are basically the same age. We should have the same ability to not sleep. Hey, Brian Dunn, thank you very much for that, man. Chris, thanks for becoming a member. Tim J, thanks for your great coverage for your main PC. I appreciate all the tips too on the PC thing. I'm excited. I'm not excited in having to, do it. I thought I was done. Like that desk over there, I don't know how many of you guys have saw it, but like we worked really hard on that desk, cable managing. Got one of the best computers that you can get already anyways, without going like crazy with it. Everything's in place, perfect, ready to go. I went to make a video the other day, pewter exploded. I mean, it really stung. And now we're going to do it again. We're going to go even harder with it. And if that one explodes, I might explode. Novaluck HD. Thank you and your team for all that they do. You help so many people with these streams. And truly, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Hey, thank you, Nova. You didn't have to say that. We do it because, well, first of all, like everybody involved in this, Andy included. I'm sure you can agree with me. I'm sure all the storm chasers, we love this. Like this is what we want to do. We don't love like bad weather. We don't love the fact that some of you guys are scared and stuff like that. We love the fact that our interest in this is so valuable to you all. And it helps. So, yeah, we're just a bunch of nerds. Ryan, should I get in my basement in St. Louis? No, you're good. You're good till much later, and then even then, it'll mostly be a wind threat. I built my own tower. Yeah, I really, the past couple of days I've been working on a PC. I've been removing and replacing lots of parts. I hate cases. I think I'm going to build a big server rack and just put all of my PC just out in the open. Just like if something goes wrong, I can just literally just stand there and replace it. Like obviously I'll cover some of the parts that don't need like dust in them all the time. But I don't feel the need to like put it in a nice little case. We are hearing some reports that at least earlier today they had to evacuate a whole building due to a gas leak in Norman. Cameron says, I have a class at 8, so I have to head to sleep. Thank you again for the great stream. You, Andy, and the rest of the team are lifesavers. Be back next stream. Best wishes. Thank you, Cameron. John says, one step closer to my meteorology degree. Got approved for finances. Just got to move to Norman. Well, that'll be fun. That sounds awesome. Carly's upstairs making coffee, but I don't know if she just dropped the whole pot or what. Something happened. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan. While we may not have any more tornado warnings, we are still covered with considerable severe thunderstorm warnings as our wind threat reaches the sort of the end of the known moderate risk put out by the Storm Prediction Center, 4 out of 5 on the risk area there for winds. We still have these storms that are producing significant wind gusts, consistent 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and storm motions of 105 miles an hour. That's how fast these things are moving to the northeast. Particularly, that's from the warning that encompasses the area, the southeastern Tulsa suburbs. So you can literally pull that text up. You can see it's going 105 miles an hour. That's how fast it's moving. And some of that wind is some of that motion is undoubtedly going to transfer that momentum, transfer down to the surface. And that's why we're seeing these continued severe thunderstorm warnings. Even if it's not like pouring the rain, you've still got those powerful wind gusts as a result of just how fast things are moving in the atmosphere. So I thought that would be a good thing to relay and our continued look at these severe thunderstorms. But it does look like our tornado threat is waning as the lower atmosphere stabilizes. Only the strongest winds can punch down through it, and we can't really get something that spins up and stays established with the cloud like a tornado would be. So that's a look at the current atmospheric science.
All right. Thank you very much. Yeah, and we should also mention the continued progression of the line to the east of Wichita, still producing 60-mile-an-hour winds. It's getting ready to make it into Eureka and Cedarvale. And my friends in Kansas City tonight, at some point, I do think that you'll get the northern edge of this with some of those stronger winds. So just make sure you're ready for that. I mean, I don't think this is something that you should have to stay up for. If you want to go to sleep in Topeka or Kansas City, either one, I would. But just know that there is a risk for some severe weather tonight. "105 miles per hour." That's how fast those daggone storms are going. And you could tell just by looking. We looked at this camera earlier, and you could see the low level winds and like how fast the clouds were moving. Like these things are booking.
Hey Ryan, can you hear me on here?
Yes, sir.
Just now getting into Norman. I'm at right side of Norman, I guess, Medical Center. Shuttle bus has been flipped and rolled across the parking lot almost to the highway, trying to get on down in here, but Norman PD has a lot of the area roads blocked off. Pretty extensive damage so far from what I've seen, but like I said, you can't get down a lot of these back roads or neighborhoods for PD having them blocked off, which they have every right to. I'm not sure if there's any active search and rescue ongoing. I'm trying to figure that out right now and see if I can assist any way I can, but as of right now, that's all I have from Norman. Gotta try to figure out some more here as I can.
All right. Thank you very much, Chris. Keep us updated. Bro, why are there so many people from St. Louis in here right now? Is something happening in St. Louis? Like, I know the winds are blowing. Everybody's like, what about St. Louis? It's like, it's a nice evening. Go look at the stars or something. You know what? Like, I should probably like check on Carly. She went to go make coffee. I heard a loud crash, and I haven't heard anything else. Andy, why don't you tell us a great story about weather while I go check on Carly?
Okay. I don't think I have a story about weather, but I do have current events, and that's what I will tell you about. There's still well, just within the last 30 minutes, 25 minutes ago in Pontotoc County, so near Stonewall, Oklahoma, there's both golf ball size hail, nearly 2 inches in diameter, and 86-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So again, that's on the southern edge of this line of storms. You can see just over there. That is still. I wouldn't want to be out in that. So yeah, don't be out in that, please. For some reason, at 11 p.m. Central Standard Time. Hopefully, everyone in Ada didn't suffer any structural damage, because that's some pretty powerful stuff still ongoing. With hail still falling. So we should talk about what this is. Something, the take-home message, right? What would you call this event if you had one word to summarize it? Well, the word is derecho. And it's become more of a buzzword as of recently, but it does have official definitions that are a little bit subjective, but assigned by meteorologists. Derechos are just long-lasting, continuous wind events that they just have to be continuous. That's really what it is. As long as the severe wind, or as long as the wind in the storm, along the storm, and along its path is reaching severe criteria, which is 58 miles per hour in wind gusts, then it's a derecho if it travels 400 miles. There you go. And that's, subject, if it's 350 miles, but it was more significant, it's very likely that the National Weather Service would call it a derecho still, or some sort of event similar to it. So that's your take-home message. This is an example of a pretty verifiable derecho, or a long-lasting wind event, and we'll be able to see that via the Storm Prediction Center's wind damage reports. There's going to be a long swath of them. Some of them are going to be significant. That's also another qualifier. When we've got like those 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts or 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and quite a few of those, that's another thing that factors into what we would call a wind event like this one. So the Storm Prediction Center did a great job. They specifically mentioned the word derecho. It's hard to forecast an environment that allows for the continuous progression of these storms at severe criteria. Wonderful forecast from the Storm Prediction Center to specifically call that out. And we're still watching it happen live right now. How's your coffee?
It was great. Nader beans is great. I'm not much of a coffee person, but that stuff is good. So it does look like we are closing towards the end of the strongest part of the storm, the biggest part of the derecho. But we're definitely still going to continue to see strong winds and severe thunderstorm warnings issued throughout the night. In fact, we're starting to get some of our first severe thunderstorm warnings, and this is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning issued all the way into the marginal risk out here in southeastern Oklahoma. So we'll continue to see that. We might see strong damaging winds all the way into Fort Smith, Arkansas tonight. We'll definitely see them move into the Joplin area, the Springfield area at some point, and then, of course, up to Kansas City. And I want to show you guys the simulated future radar real quick because I know a lot of people were interested in that. I got to turn all this stuff off. In Radar Omega mods, let's get it in the chat again. If you guys download it, put it like email them or like put it in the notes or like leave a review and be like, Ryan Hall didn't put the link in the description, but this is still why I'm here. Let me see here. Okay. All right, let's take a look at that future simulated radar, the high resolution rapid refresh. What is the radar going to look like tonight at 3 a.m. or early in the morning tomorrow at 3 a.m.? Well, those storms will be just moving past Kansas City around this point. We're going to have lots of heavy rain up here around Des Moines. And then in Illinois, we're going to have some warm frontal kind of storms trying to pop up here around Bloomington up towards Chicago. Strong, gusty, maybe isolated, slightly damaging winds from Fort Smith all the way down past Dallas. But the strongest part of the storm will be between Kansas City and Springfield. As we go farther into the day, it's going to pick up some steam, okay? We're probably going to see some strong winds around St. Louis around 6 or 7 a.m. tomorrow. But really, the new convection doesn't start, and we don't start seeing like a real influx of, in my opinion, new severe weather until around noon, right? So that's when we start to see new storms start to pop up. They'll take advantage of that really intense low-level jet, produce some damaging winds, maybe some isolated tornadoes all the way up here through portions of Ohio, down into Kentucky, and of course through Illinois and Indiana as well. Things start to really calm down, though, by the time it gets into the Northeast, where actually that's snow. So we're actually going to see a pretty big snowstorm in the Northeast after this one gets by here. So that's what the future radar looks like. Tomorrow's severe weather threat. It definitely looks interesting. Let me see. Right now we do have that slight risk from the Storm Prediction Center. Hold on, I'm trying to load up some more models. Bro, that is such good coffee. What? Why don't I drink coffee more often? Hmm. I think there's probably a little bit more of a nadir threat tomorrow than what I originally thought. Just a little bit, not huge. Nothing like today. Oh, look, Nadercast. Nadercast agrees. Look at that. It's going to be tough. Tomorrow's forecast, if like for severe weather, is one of the most conditional things I've ever seen. But if it was May or April, this is the kind of system that we really watch out for around here. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan. Well, you may be having a little bit of location bias for your location or areas close to you for tomorrow's risk. I think we should really be talking about this next one coming up. I think is it Thursday? I think it's Thursday.
Yes.
Yeah, that one is, well, a meteorologist Ben put it nicely when he said woofy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one's a lot. We're gonna be making videos on that. Rest assured, guys. Yeah, we're gonna be covering that one. Right now, I don't like how it looks. And it's gonna keep going all the way. It'll be 2 days too, so Thursday into Friday, if I'm not mistaken. As the Carolinas get into some action on day 2 of that event into early March. So yeah, that one's the one that the chasers start getting their eyes on it, and everybody gets in a tough about it. And yeah, so that's really the next big one, I think. But we will be covering it, of course.
Yes, we will. The videos might be a tad bit different over the next week as we rebuild our studio here, but nevertheless, there will be videos. And we're going to be covering this. Obviously, the day 5 outlook here bleeds into the day 6. And to be completely honest with you, I haven't got to look at it a lot, but we can look at it together right now, live on the air. Live reaction to the GFS or whatever, whichever one we decide to look at first. In the Radar Omega app. You could do this on your phone. Man, what a time to be alive. Okay, wait. Whoa. Okay, so you see this little divot? We're looking at the jet stream. All right, you see this little divot right here? This is our troublemaker today. I don't have my pen either. This is a tragedy. I don't have my pen. Anyways, this little divot right here is what caused all of the trouble today. Multiple tornadoes, multiple wind gusts over 80 miles per hour, big time squall line of severe thunderstorms, moderate risk, chaos. It's all thanks to this little divot right here. There's a pocket of cold air back in here. All right, crashing into warm air that's allowed to advect northward out of the Gulf of Mexico, thanks to that, just thanks to the curved motion of the winds that are moving around here. Okay, just imagine everything's going from west to east, right? So like, what's happening? All of everything is lifting northward. There's more free range for the warm air to move up in this vicinity. So, and then you've got that cold pocket of air coming in, crashing into it, forcing that warm air up. Bada bing, bada boom, severe storms. And then, this kind of system was stacked up with even some very strong winds. And that was Brian. We'll get back with him here in a second. And whenever those kind of turn as you go higher in the atmosphere, we get tornadoes. So anyways, that's what caused this severe weather. Now, why are we looking at next week? Boom, right there. That's why. Another divot. This one's much bigger, and it's also more negatively tilted. All right, so we've got actually a little bit more cold air on the backside of this one, and there's more room or more ability for warmer air to efficiently flow out ahead of this. Okay, so as this comes through, it's like a bowling ball or a baseball bat swing or something. Right here's the top of the swing. Right there is where you want to hit, and that's when there's a lot of forward motion from the Gulf of Mexico up into the southeastern portions of the United States, allowing for that moisture and temperature to build up. Cold air back through here, and my goodness, yeah. And this is just one thing, right? To a lot of you guys who are watching, this probably doesn't mean much to you. You're probably focused in on like, ooh, what does the white mean near, I-65 or whatever. The point of looking at this, and really the only way to look at events like this far out, is just looking at the shape of the overall trough and like, what is it doing? Where is it going? Like, is it positively or negatively tilted? And just drawing conclusions from that, because there's no way in heck we're going to be able to tell you what kind of severe weather we're going to see out of this or where it's going to happen yet. We just know that there's going to be a huge area of moisture
A new
out in
tornado
front of
warning
it,
has been
and
issued.
we're going to have some cold air coming in to knock it out of the way. And we just got a new tornado warning. So let's check that out really quick. And give me just a second. Boop. I didn't catch the county. Oh, so that's Muskogee, Rogers, and Wagoner counties in Oklahoma. That new tornado warning. Okay, there you go. There's your polygon. Let's see here. Let's switch radar sites, and let's give you a full view. Of what's going on here. Okay. So this a little area of rotation right here near Preston is what's sparking this tornado warning for Haskell, Redbird, Porter, Coweta, all the way up to Wagoner, to the south and east of Tulsa in Oklahoma. This is a very strong line of storms, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this is the exact same storm, essentially, that produced all the tornadoes that we've seen today, pretty much. So it has a history of producing tornadoes. It is rotating a little bit. It's getting ready to hit some towns. So we do want you to be alert and to get to shelter immediately. The good news is I don't see any big-time signs of a tornado being down right now, so we might have some time. So go ahead and get to your safe spots. Coweta? Oh, is it Muskogee? Is it Muskogee in Oklahoma? Muskogee? That's where every state just wants to be different. Every state has a town called Taft. Well, it's Toft. No, it's Taft. Like every state, it's different. Haskell. No, it's Haskell. I'm sorry, I'm giving you all a hard time because you always do me in the chat. Yeah, still seeing new damage pictures coming out of Norman as well. Some pretty significant stuff. I haven't seen many houses destroyed, but definitely a lot of very significant damage. Who? Oh yeah. What's up, Brian? I'm waiting for Brian to get back. Maybe he's going to wait as long as I did.
Hey Ryan,
Hey.
we were over by the radar in Norman, some of these damaged areas. A lot of significant damage. Power poles snapped. We got the big radio towers snapped. Can't really get into the residential areas. They have them blocked off. But I'm going to tag you in some stuff on Twitter.
All right. All righty, right. So it looks like there was, if there's significant damage, if people need help in this area, like around Norman, I think that we should give it to him. So Chris, Brian, anybody that's watching, if the y'all squad needs to show up, we will. Go ahead and tell him he can stay the night, and we'll see what happens there. Do we have any? Usually we have some emergency managers watching. Like, can somebody reach out to us and see what we can do? Because I would love to do something if there's something that we can do. Now, I don't want to be in your way. I don't want to do something that is unnecessary. So a lot of times it's hard to tell right off the bat if help like that is needed or not, outside of like just general search and rescue. And then Chad, if we could get the sticker at the top of the page, we might talk about that a little bit. Oh wow, they just issued a huge, considerable severe. Wow. That's one of the biggest severe thunderstorm warnings I've ever seen. It's got Muskogee in it, Pryor Creek, Claremore, all of them. Andy, chat wants to know what you're laughing about.
They already made the gif of my my max headspace, is that what it's called?
Oh yeah.
I was glitching out, and I didn't know what it looked like because I was over here, focusing on what I needed to relay, and it was pretty good.
I'm pretty sure it's the same guy. I don't know, but I keep looking at chat, and the first thing I see is like, what about St. Louis? Like, it's like somebody just said, Ryan, I know that there's tornadoes in Oklahoma, but please do not ignore St. Louis. Like, nothing's going on in St. Louis. Calm down. Texas update. Oh, look, that line of storms is rapidly approaching Fort Worth now. So we are going to get a little bit of a thunder boomer down here in Fort Worth and then through Dallas. Nothing crazy. I don't think it'll even be severe. It'll just be some lightning, some thunder, some rain, and some wind. And that's literally pretty much it. Yeah. Stop it. Stop it. No. Okay. Yeah, there is a St. Louis, Oklahoma, but that's not. No. Nothing's happening there either. It's probably pretty windy, and I apologize to that person. Like, I get it now. All right, so as you guys know, our storm chasers that help us out, Chris Hall, and I believe Brian. I don't know if anybody else is going to be staying or not, but we are. Thanks to you guys, we're going to get them a hotel room tonight in or around Norman, Oklahoma. And then tomorrow, first thing in the morning, they're going to be boots on the ground, and they're going to try to figure out who needs what. What do we need? Did your roof get blown off? How can we help? Obviously, there's insurance. Obviously, there's, I don't know, FEMA. But we've been doing this for a while, and there's a lot of gaps that those things don't cover. We've bought people cars before if they needed them. We've bought generators, food. That might be something we do if there's a lot of emergency responders or like people out in Norman tomorrow. We might just go buy 1 million hot dogs and christen them, just feed the community. So that's what we're going to be doing. Once again, thanks to y'all's incredible generosity tonight. I'll buy my own PC. But if you do want to help us add on to that, we've got thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars set aside for stuff like this, so nobody has to do this. But if you do want us to be able to have more funds for stuff like this, if you go to shopryanhall.com right now and you get this sticker right here, Y'all Squad shows up. You pick your price, whatever you want to do, and whatever profit is made off of that goes right into our Y'all adventures. Whatever you want to call it. It's money that we set aside so that we can have our storm chasers do stuff like this when people need stuff. So we're going to be out there putting it to good use. So if you want to go to shopryanhall.com right now, get you one of these stickers. It'll greatly help us help others. And if you guys go crazy on it right now and we raise like twice as much as what we need for Norman, well, guess what? That'll still be in the bank the next time there's a Mayfield or a whatever it is. It's inevitable, right? That's the whole goal with it. So shopryanhall.com. We used to do that with like T-shirts and stuff, but obviously it costs like a lot to make a T-shirt. So when you give $20 to get a T-shirt, we usually only had like 5 or 10 to actually use in our relief stuff. So now it only costs like 30-40 cents to make a sticker. Costs a similar amount to ship it. So it just works out better that way. Appreciate y'all.
Hey Ryan, sorry to bother you again. I posted some stuff on Twitter for you.
Okay, we're going to look at that right after we talk about this new, I believe, tornado warning. Yeah.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Rogers and Wagner and Mays counties. Uh, 658067. 658067. Sorry, Al. That new tornado warning is for the same storm that we've been watching all night. Now it is trying to ramp up again with a pretty good area of rotation down here near Red Bird. That's going to move up towards Neodesha, Mays, and Locust Grove and Pryor Creek in Oklahoma. Take shelter now. Practical HVAC. Thank you very much. This one might try to do something here. I'm watching it closely. I really don't have anything else to say about it just yet until we start getting a couple more frames in. But, I mean, this is definitely the most impressive signature that we've seen in the past, I don't know, hour. It's not that great. It's not that bad. Yeah, and since Chris and y'all squad is going to be showing up in Norman, if you guys want to follow him on Twitter, let's see, Chris Hall at Chris Hall WX. His name's Chris Hall y'all on Twitter. But if you want to follow him, if you know somebody down there that needs something, you can let him know. Or you can just kind of like what you guys helped me do. Like you can help tag him and stuff that might be helpful. Hopefully, we'll get in contact with some officials up there, and we'll be making it happen. Okay, that last frame doesn't look as concerning, which is good news. Whew. All right, guys. I'm sorry I've been so quiet. But I think that I am going to finally do it. I think I'm going to go to sleep. I think the time has come. Andy, you got anything to say? Do you have any objections? Obviously, this severe weather threat's going to extend throughout the night. But you got any final thoughts for the stream?
Well, I sent my thoughts in the stream text, so I suppose if you put that on the stream, that's about all I have to say too.
The National Weather Service in Norman said, just tweeted, "Well, it's been a day." Yeah. True. It has. But yeah, like I said, we're going to have severe thunderstorm warnings, probably even more tornado warnings throughout the night. Make sure you have some way of getting those. And then we're going to have some more severe weather tomorrow in Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, and Ohio. If there's a last-minute uptick in like the severity of those storms, if it looks like we're going to have a tornado situation or something, we might go live again tomorrow. I'm hoping, though, I can spend some more time fixing our main machine over there so we can get back to work in our traditional way. But if we're needed, we will be here. And then once again, our storm chasers are going to be out there in Norman, helping people out, buying generators, buying food, buying all that good stuff. If you want to help us help them through your generosity, we are able to do awesome stuff. Just go to shopryanhall.com, get you one of these stickers. In fact, get you anything on here. I mean, if you don't want a sticker, like, we'll do 100% of all the proceeds from this tonight will go towards whatever Chris and Brian end up doing tomorrow. And we will keep you updated on that. Of course, on the YouTube videos, you'll be able to immediately see the impact that you're having through Twitter, YouTube, and all that stuff as we document our Y'all Squad efforts. Thank you guys so much for allowing us to do stuff like this. Some people don't like it when I plug the site, but you'll get over it. We're doing good stuff out there, and the people in these towns greatly appreciate it every single time we show up. So, all right, that's it. I'm going to sleep, finally. Night-night. I don't have no like music.